Champions League goal.
The gods of football are back. So is the UEFA Champions League. Only
on Sony Sports Network.
Calm and measured, and being rewarded there. Just a little leg glance just to get himself to 100. Had to work so hard in these conditions. Just a bit of a gift on the legs in the end. So Aidan Markram has had to sit and wait for a little while. Been at the other end, 49 from 41. Just poised now to get something way in excess, or around about 300. 320, what do you reckon?
Yeah, I think upwards of 320. We've not seen South Africa move up into 5th and 6th gear yet. They haven't taken a lot of high-risk options. They see this wicket getting harder and harder to bat on this hot summer's day. It's been very calculated from both batsmen at the moment.
Nicely played. Brings up very well played 50. Good support for Van der Dusen, and the partnership is excellent. Again, he's looked very calm. Yeah, that's excellent. And authorities very concerned about the spectators. Cameramen are swapping as well and trying to get a bit of a breather in between shifts. Find what shade you can when you're not watching the cricket. There you go, that's the way. Good work.
Big wave.
The overs then have gone 244 for 2.
A great performance from all Indians.
experience out-of-the-world entertainment when Men in Blue takes on Zimbabwe in an electrifying ODI series.
Just sensational stuff.
Zimbabwe versus India starts Thursday, 18th August.
Sony Sports Network.
Little bit of luck, just a fine one. Very, very well played.
It's one of those, isn't it, where you look at the umpire and say, go on, make sure you give me those runs. Yeah, runs all around the ground. And lots of just deflections. You can see there on the leg side, mid-wicket, square, down the ground, extra cover region, just running hard, trying to make ones into twos. So Adil Rashid, extra man out, and Adil Rashid, as you used to do quite a bit. So is that because of the extra man out? How did you plan your spinner bowling in the last 10?
Slider from Rashid. Great use of the feet from Van der Dussen. Just pushed out of the front of the hand. Doesn't bounce, but Van der Dussen places it beautifully for another 2. Yes, Nidey, that's exactly how I would have used Adil Rashid. 2 in men, extra fielder outside of that circle, and if he takes 1, there's every chance he'll take 2. Tended to find with his slight variation, always keeping the stumps in play. He was a very difficult bowler to face when he first came to the crease.
Johnny Bairstow's just off for now, so David Willey on a substitute. Lucky Potts is still off the ground. He's just been struggling, we understand, with the conditions and the heat. Clever bowling, just adjusted his shot at the last moment.
.250 up. This is why he's on. This is why Jos Buttler has turned to him right here and now. Opportunity to take wickets. Use those variations.
.252 for 2, 9 to go.
Hey India के इंटरनेशनल सीजन का जलवा T20 का तड़का सोनी पे क्रिकेट का खजाना लेके आ गया सोनी पे सोनी पे दिखेगा सोनी पे दिखेगा सोनी पे दिखेगा सोनी पे दिखेगा सोनी पे दिखेगा.
Pretty even from the start, really. 53, 52, and I want to just press the accelerator a little bit now. They've got a partnership built of 108. Yeah, we're just hearing that lunch has been extended just by 5 minutes, just to give the players a little bit more time. Usually half an hour, so now it's 35 minutes. With everyone here, just a chance to refill those water bottles, get a bit of shade. Short spells now for the remainder?
Yeah, absolutely. These hot conditions, bowlers will be out on their feet at the moment. It's overs of 2 to 3 max in a spell, as we see Ben Stokes coming back into the attack from the Lumley end. I think we'll see Ben mixing it up here, mixing and matching with those variations. Slower balls into the wicket, short balls, trying to get Markram and Van der Dussen to hit to the longer side on the ground. Try and make him run as much as possible. I was thinking, what? Go on, man.
Yeah, change of field now, so fine leg. And mid-on and mid-off up. So as a batter, you're thinking probably not going to be too pitched up because you've got no cover behind, but plenty of cover square of the wicket. Could be the slower ball as well. Oh, he's making a change again. Long on is back. You have that extra fielder out. He might have just realised he's got an extra man out now.
Yeah, well bowled from Ben Stokes, taking the pace off that ball.
They're going to start to just accelerate a little bit now.
Hard into the wicket from Stokes. Just a straight arm pull from Markram. The placement.
Beautifully played. Stayed leg side this time. Leg side, and again, just toying with the fielders. Frustration for Stokes and England. But they're marching on now, South Africa.
Yeah, not the delivery Ben Stokes was looking to bowl. Opening up both sides of the wicket. Only one fielder out on the offside.
Yeah, I'm Butler just saying maybe need cover down the ground. So now fine leg is up and mid off is back to long off. So he can bowl a little fuller now and he's got cover behind him. To be dangerous now bowling short. He's still got a little bit of cover deep square. And that's more the length he's going to have to bowl now with the field that he has.
Do you want to stop, guys?
Change in the field again for the final ball of the 42nd.
That's excellent running. That really is. He's still going strong. Rassie van der Dusen even pushing fielders in the deep and sneaking an extra one. 42 gone, 265 for 2.
सामने चाहे कोई भी हो, हम ऑपोजिशन नहीं देखते, हम सिर्फ देखते हैं उनका गोल पोस्ट। इस बार आज़ादी का 75वें साल का जश्न मनाएंगे इंग्लैंड में। बर्मिंघम में जीतेगा हिंदुस्तान हमारा। कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स 28 जुलाई से सिर्फ सोनी पे दिखेगा।
Just beginning to pick up now. 8 to go, 265 for 2. Incredible resilience from Rassi van der Dusen. It's been in for 102 deliveries, something like 40 odd degrees out there, and he's still pushing fielders in the deep and sneaking an extra one. Finds the gap again. I swear both these two, I was watching them over the last year or two, few years, reverse sweep has become so essential, not just because it's run scoring, but because the fact that making it so difficult for the likes of you when you were captain, just manoeuvring the field.
It creates all sorts of headaches for the captain. If you can manoeuvre the ball 360 degrees.
Finds the gap, and that's exactly what he was trying to do there, because he knows he has to be pretty precise with his placement. 3 players in front of square on the leg side.
He picks length beautifully here. Quick feet. He's able to hit through the line of the ball and pick that gap.
Goes again. Johnny Bairstow then back, so David Willey off the park now. He was on briefly. David Willey is... Johnny Bairstow rather is back. Sam Curran is off now, so understandably Blair's just being rotated a little bit as well. Not quite, not quite. Not sure that Johnny Bairstow picked that up straight away. He was a little late in coming forward, and a slice of luck for Rassi van der Dusen.
Well, he's targeted the leg side in that particular area, the last 3 deliveries. This one he's not quite got right. Bairstow misses a chance.
10 runs from the over, 275 for 2, 7 to go. All right, 7 to go. And to see us home, Mark Wood, Mark Butcher.
Thanks, Nick. Not quite home, but up to the halfway point. South Africa have played quite beautifully. You can sense the urgency from them now, trying to push the total up beyond 300. They've got plenty of resources left in terms of wickets in hand. This pitch looks pretty flat and getting flatter. Harsh old conditions out there for fielders and bowlers, and the batters as well, Mark Wood.
Yep, the charge is on. Here we go, Butch. Looking at probably 350 so far. I've got to be looking around there now. upwards at that point. England, obviously, we know their batting lineup is destructive, so they've got to try and make the most of it now. I would think David Miller's probably got the pads on, left-hander ready to, come in next and try and cause some carnage.
Not often you see Johnny Bairstow spill a chance.
No, Johnny's usually got, some of the best hands in the team, so surprising whether, it was in the sun or, he's got to it late, but surprised that he's dropped that. He's only got the safest hands going. He is looking in the sun now. I mean, he's got the floppy on, the glasses. Sometimes I find when you wear your glasses, the glare's actually worse. As weird as that sound, we're not trying to make excuses for him because obviously he's got usually good hands, but maybe that was the fact, I don't know.
Did seem to move a little late. We had a pretty good view of it from where we are here behind the bowler's arm, and he just didn't take off immediately, almost as though he wasn't quite sure of it. Wasn't quite sure of the arc of the ball.
England mixing it up now. You can see that obviously with a big field, probably you're looking into the wicket more than your death bowling of Yorkers. So I'm sure Stokes will mix it with, slow ball bouncers, the odd bouncer. So it'll be a case of mixing up, try and get them to hit square to the big boundaries.
Say slow ball bouncers. At the moment, everything's coming out slow. The bowlers and the fielders are flagging. I think even for Rassie van der Dussen, who's been out there for 160 odd minutes, even though he'll be wanting to try and find the boundary, he must be sapped of energy.
Incredible fitness, really, when you think about it. I mean, it'd be interesting to see what kind of energy he's got left in the field, but to be able to keep going and keep going. I mean, you look at the runs and the balls, I know that he's well ahead, but he just seems to have been almost like chances. He just keeps playing and playing and accumulating a bit. I guess like Ruti will play that role for us, won't he? Where you look up and you think, wow, he's on 120 here and he's hardly played a shot in anger.
He's backing up and looking to take advantage of every run he can as well.
That's the image there of Stokesy down on his haunches, hot. That's why it's the last game.
It is the
280 for 2. He's oh, thank God for that.
It's the sort of day where you are seriously thinking about your life choices, and if you have the choice to choose a format. We went upstairs up onto on the roof here at the Finkel end. No ball then, free hit. It's been a problem for Ben Stokes in over the course of the summer, mainly in the test matches actually, but he's overstepped here and really don't want to be overstepping on a day like today. So he's still got 2 balls left of this, the 44th over. It was like, it reminded me of days out in the field, days playing cricket in Australia, in Adelaide. Free hit launched out towards Livingston, who doesn't bother trying to come in and take the catch, but manages to save the second run. Playing when the northerly winds come off off the desert up through Alice Springs, etc. And even though there's a wind, it's hot and it feels like it's just drying your eyeballs out.
Yeah, you can see the flags at the bottom of the ground. They're still blowing, so it's not like there isn't, it's dead still. There is a breeze around. It's just so hot. The hot air for people even in the ground, it's it's tough. Never mind people running around and trying to bowl and bat.
Banged away. Oh, he's hit that well, and he has placed it quite magnificently. It's an excellent end. 12 run over for South Africa. Frustration for Stokes and England. 287 for 2.
Yeah, unfortunately that Butch last ball, that's the no balls cost Stokes. He's had to, go.
It's Messi.
Champions League, Europa League, Nations League, FA Cup, Bundesliga, Sony Pay. Sony Pay.
13 deliveries.
Are you surprised by the latter spin? At the start, everyone was saying how dry it was. Do you think it would have spun more than it has, or that the spinners would have had more of an effect?
Yeah, looking at the footmarks, and that's not just the footmarks on this pitch, but the ones on the pitches alongside this one. They're not the type that are really powdery or dry where you're going to get a lot of purchase. I think it's just very slow. It's dry and it's slow. So the pitch has just taken the energy out of the ball. It hasn't bounced a great deal. Certainly hasn't spun to any great extent. And I suppose the thing that South Africa need to calculate now is that they're in a fabulous position. But if England get themselves in, they haven't done so far in over the course of this summer in 50-over cricket, is whatever they end up with going to be enough on a pitch where taking wickets becomes very difficult?
You'd have thought if anyone can get something out the wicket or can do something good, it's Adil Rashid. He's the one that England turned to for a wicket. He's the one that want to break this partnership.
Off glove, falls short of Moeen Ali. So not only is it a record third wicket partnership on this ground, it's also a record partnership for South Africa against England. Yeah, record third wicket partnership, beating none other than Jacques Kallis and Herschel Gibbs.
More pushing this wide, more Rash pushing this wider and wider. Batsman looking to come across, looking targeting that sort of cow corner region. You can see that that's where they're eyeing up every time now.
Starting to feel it now, isn't he? Rassie van der Dussen. Delivery was short, and earlier on he might have been able to find the strength to bang it over the boundary. Markram goes in a similar direction. Should just be a single to finish the 45th. It's hairdryer hot out there in the middle at the Riverside. Man who wasn't short of giving the odd hairdryer or two. Nasser and thirders.
And doesn't need a hairdryer now, to be honest. I've been waiting for you two fine fast bowlers to come on to discuss injuries. Mark Wood said earlier he can tell how injured Ben Stokes is by his follow-through. I'll show you how injured Ben Stokes is. This is his follow-through in this game. Watch the way he pulls up on that left knee there. He doesn't want to land on it. And then the very next delivery, he almost turns around in disgust. He's not following through down the pitch. He's following through off the pitch, and he's not happy with his body. This is Stokes in 2015 when he's fit. Look at the follow-through there from front on and from side on. Everything is going towards the batter. Everything is going forward. And I guess the question for Woody in particular is, when does a niggle become so bad that you have to say, I can't bowl anymore? You bowlers always bowl with something hurting. Should he be bowling now? Should you be taking out the attack?
I think it's when it starts to affect your performance, really. I think if you can cope with niggles here and there, then that's fine. It's more when, you know, you start letting your teammates down or yourself down. I think that's when it becomes an issue. Stokesy hides it well, though. That's the problem. I mean, there you can see when he pulls up, but actually facially or his body language, you wouldn't really know when he's walking back with his shoulders back and his chest out, and he's not going to give the opposition any indication that he's hurt. For me, he's still bowling well. It's when he can't physically deliver what he wants. That's when it's the problem.
Oh, that's going to hurt. Josh Butler has absolutely rocketed that ball at Liam Livingstone, who I think would have preferred to have got out of the way.
You could hear it, couldn't you? Ah!
150 partnership comes up now.
He's good at that, Livy. He always does that. Pulls out. He watches the batsman closely. He does that quite a lot. He's good at that.
Yeah, that's quite a skill, that, isn't it? That with golfers, I remember watching Tiger Woods in his pomp and stopping his downswing because somebody made a noise in the gallery behind him, and most people kind of can't stop once they've already started that motion. Okay, England have referred this one. Got 2 left.
Director, we have a player review.
I must admit, straight down the line, it looked from behind the batsman as though the ball was pretty straight.
Fair delivery. So can we have a look
Liam
at
Livingstone obviously thinks it's very straight.
Will be timely this for England.
Okay, doesn't appear to be any bat involved there, but can we have a look at Ultra Edge, please? Just waiting for Ultra Edge. Still waiting for Ultra Edge. Okay, we've got a flat line, roll it through, roll it through, roll it through. Okay, misses the gloves. Okay, we can go to ball tracking when ready, please. Pitching in line, impact in line. Wickets missing. We'll go back to Richard on field to stay with his original decision of not out. You're on screen now, Richard. Signal not out, please.
Yeah, good call from Richard Kettleborough. Ironically, given what we were talking about a couple of overs ago, that ball did grip and turn. And that'll please South Africa. They've got 2 specialist spin bowlers in their lineup, Maharaj and Tabraiz Shamsi. Bashed away. Has he got it? He has not. And Johnny Bairstow makes amends and makes it look very straightforward indeed. Timely intervention from Livingstone.
That's what England are after. Wickets. That'll stop the flow of runs. Great wicket there by Livingstone. Bairstow safe hands on the line. I think Markham thinks he gets this. I think the way he's looking now, he's thinking, I've just got enough of it, but no. Safe hands, Bairstow right on the edge. Loves it, gives it the big one to the crowd.
It's the end of Aidan Markram. Excellent innings, 77 from 61 for him. In South Africa, 295 for 3.
A great performance from all Indians.
Experience out-of-the-world entertainment when Men in Blue takes on Zimbabwe in an electrifying ODI series.
Just sensational stuff.
Zimbabwe versus India starts Thursday, 18th August.
On Sony Sports Network.
बर्मिंघम में जीतेगा हिंदुस्तान हमारा कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स 28 जुलाई से सिर्फ सोनी पे दिखेगा
Success for Liam Livingstone. Aidan Markram trying to take on one of these long square boundaries here at the Riverside. Getting it into that hot breeze as well, coming in over the pavilion. And in the end didn't have the legs to get it over Johnny Bairstow. David Miller, the man who can hit a ball. Left-hander. Van der Dussen gets it over the top. of Bryden Cast. It's the last thing you want if you're Rassie van der Dussen. You get a new man at the crease who's full of running.
Yeah, at this point I don't think he cares. He's that knackered. He's just getting as many as he can, as quick as he can.
Knocked him over. Double wicket over for Liam Livingstone. Joss Buttler deciding to take the pace off the ball at the back end of this innings, and it's paid rich dividends. But van der Dussen will drag himself off the field. A very tired man indeed, but should be a very satisfied one, because that's been a magnificent innings.
Oh, stayed down. Well played, Rassie van der Dussen. Not liking the look of that for our batsman. It's kept low, a bit of spin towards the end, but positively we've got two new batters coming in now. Trudge is off, tired man, but played fantastically well for his team. Durham crowd appreciative, all stand on their feet.
Yeah, well, they've been out there in it as well. They know how hot it's been. They know how terrific an effort that has been from Rassie van der Dussen. 134, his highest international score, and it's 297 for 4.
Go.
Ultimate Coco starts Sunday, 14th August, 7 p.m.
on Sony Sports Network.
A rivalry 7 years in the making reaches its epic conclusion. Last time, last match, last man standing at SummerSlam.
So 2 men on naught at the crease. Ideal scenario for the fielding side. Sam Curran, he of the train spotting hairdo, back into the attack.
Yeah, the Surrey locks, as a few of them got it now. You not fancy it, Butch?
Bit late for me. Train spotting the movie anyway. I'm not sure we'd see Sam Curran out there with the binoculars on at King's Cross. Oh, chop past the leg stump. Bit of fortune for Miller. Made a strange noise, that. Was it inside edge? Was it? Wasn't the stumps?
Here we go. Did this clip the stump? There was a noise. Oh. Little nip back. No, just miss.
It was just a strange sound from the bat, wasn't it? Sort of like a dead sound. No one way. Oh, no, it did. It did. Would you believe it? $300 up. Well, that could be a big moment, because David Miller has the ability to score very quick runs. England would have loved to have seen the back of him without scoring.
You can see he come hard at the ball, first ball. Obviously a little bit of slowness in the wicket, trying to get on with it, push his hands through the ball. Little bit maybe of tail back from Curran at this stage. Just missed the stump, or clipped the stump actually, but didn't take the bails off.
See that happen a lot nowadays. Working in the West Indies on the CPL, and just the ball absolutely smashing into a leg stump. It wasn't a clip, and they didn't move.
Oh, Butch, don't get me started. Make the bats bigger, make the boundaries smaller. Let's now make the stumps not move. Honestly, it's embarrassing.
World's smallest violin. Well, you've got a point there. I mean, if you... it's hard enough. You're actually hitting the stumps and not taking wickets. again, you start questioning your life choices, you bowlers.
It's been a life choice. I'm sure Junior's hair started dark at the start of the day. It's a hot day, it's just gone like... Blonde bombshell.
It's going to be interesting, this. My feeling is that South Africa played this brilliantly up and through the sort of 30th over, because I don't think it was straightforward to go out there and crash the ball around. It's been relatively slow, hasn't it? And England bowled pretty straight, and that makes life difficult. I just wonder if they might not quite have put their foot down hard enough in the last 10, 15 overs. Time will tell. Oh, he's done it again. What? Starting to become a skill now for David Miller.
That's what you don't want as a bowler. This hurts. I mean, the first one already's hurting, but then this again, oh, honestly, I can't tell you how much this one would hurt Junior here. You feel hard done by the first one. And the fact that it's, you know, I don't know if that's a skill or not. I mean, good luck, I guess. Look at his reaction. I feel you, mate. I feel you. Just shows you how difficult it is to start, though. We're mentioning that they might need to go, they should have gone harder. But when you're trying to get your hands through the ball, it's not an easy wicket to start, and it's obviously not coming on as well as people would like.
Well, England will be telling themselves that, as you would very well know, that it's not enough, they haven't got enough. But I think this is going to take some chasing down. 308 for 4.
बर्मिंघम में जीतेगा हिंदुस्तान हमारा कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स 28 जुलाई से सिर्फ सोनी पे दिखेगा.
The Lankan Lions are ready to take on the men in green. 1x Bat Cup Sri Lanka versus Pakistan. Second test, Sunday 24th July 10 a.m. Only on Sony 10-2.
I thought he bowled really well. It's a case of none for 60, but I don't think he bowled many bad balls. Even throughout the innings, there hasn't been loads and loads of boundaries and 4s and 6s. It's been sort of, you know, keep chipping away. It's almost been like old-fashioned in a way, hasn't it? So, I mean, Miller's the one that worries me, because if he gets going, these last 3 overs, you're looking at 30 plus from him alone, easy. So, we've got to stick. Wicket obviously great, but we'll get him. If we can't get him out, get him off strike. Find a way. Look at your field. How can you get him off strike?
Yeah, and a test here for Bryden Carse. He's sort of been earmarked as a middle overs bowler, I suppose. And he wouldn't naturally be a choice for the death.
So we've gone for the whole of the leg side out, which suggests into the pitch, or you know, he could spear in a leg stump Yorker, for example. It gives him options by having that whole side out. He can now, you know, pick and choose where he goes. Obviously Miller's strong in that deep mid wicket area, but he's now got options, Carse, not just one ball.
It's not a. You look at England's attack today, and all sorts of reasons as to why it looks the way it does, and Matthew Potts is obviously off the field suffering from the effects of the sun here, but there isn't a natural death bowler amongst that lot. Sam Curran will do it from time to time, but you wouldn't say that Potts, Carse, even Ben Stokes now would be natural bowlers at the end.
Actually, a lot of the time Morgie used Rash at the end, and made sure that he was sort of as an attacking option and try to get wickets that way. We've gone leg side out again, have we?
Gets that fine, but Moeen Ali, sorry, Adil Rashid is fine at fine leg.
Typically, you'd think South Africans, good players between sort of shoulder height, belly button height, that sort of Australian, South African pull area, but on a wicket like this, you'd say that that's still one of our strengths. Into big sides of the boundary, you can mix it up with pace on and pace off. So I think that's almost the way to go here. It's not Yorkers every ball. I mean, the odd Yorker would be good, but got to play the conditions, and although that might be their strength, it can also work in our favour.
Yeah, Cast not wanting Miller to be able to get underneath the ball and also taking pace off to him as well. Looks like he's going sort of back of a length at Klaasen, and he'll go full and pace off to Miller.
Well, we were saying 350 at one stage, weren't we? So we've dragged this back really well. 3 runs off the first 3 balls. Looking at the field again, you're thinking into the wicket, try and get him to hit it out towards fine leg, deep square. Mid-on now going back. Got options, Cast. Obviously, we're looking for no width, hard into the wicket or slow ball.
Does make the task of bowling at the death that little bit easier when the boundary's a big square.
And Carsey's got natural height as well, so you know it'd be hard for them. He could hit a better length, and it'd be unpredictable in which height it's going to be. The first 2 balls to Miller have been pace off. I'm not sure that you want to give him pace again, so I think you probably think another slow ball.
Yeah, you called it. Slowy again. Miller can only smear it out to Ben Stokes at long on and pick up a single. Just the 5 ones from the over so far. It's been a good one. And Bryden Cast close it out.
It'd be interesting to see, is it Stokes here who's a bit off? Is he saying to him, look, this is a good plan, or was it Joss's plan at the start of the over? Because he's executed this really well. Last ball is always important in any cricket.
Into the pitch again. Single again, and that is a very good 48th over. 314 for 4.
A great performance from all Indians.
Experience out-of-the-world entertainment when Men in Blue takes on Zimbabwe in an electrifying ODI series.
Just sensational stuff.
Zimbabwe versus India starts Thursday, 18th August.
On Sony Sports Network.
That was a brilliant over from Carsey to apply the pressure.
Lumley Castle, an apparition in the distance on what has been a sweltering day here in the northeast. The punters have certainly earned their day in the sun, that is for sure. Yeah, cover up any way you can. There's just no shade whatsoever in the ground. In fact, there might be just one sliver of it up in the stand away to the eastern side of the ground. A lot of people gathering up there as Sam Curran looks to bowl the penultimate over.
That's staying down, Butch.
Yeah, it has done a bit. I think it's done since the start, really. The bounce has been certainly lower than higher. And the odd delivery has come off at slightly different paces. And all of that tells you that this is a good score, right? I mean, it's as good as this England batting lineup is, and as much as they would back themselves to chase things down, any time the ball's not coming onto the bat in a way that you can judge consistently, means that it's going to be hard work.
I think obviously we can see what the plan will be here, but it's good from Joss to take time out there, run down the wicket, time out the game, make sure we're clear to Miller. He's obviously the danger. Make sure that our plans are spot on running in. That's another slow ball to Miller, not giving him any pace to work with whatsoever.
Played. Curran decided to go for the block hole. And Klaasen, for the first time, manages to get a really good piece of bat on it. It's a lovely little scoop. And a welcome boundary for South Africa.
Yeah, fair play. Junior's gone for the Yorker, and it's good execution from Klassen. Not missed by far. Made the length what he wanted it to make it a full toss. Maybe a little bit of a bluff from Sam Curran there. Obviously, we've gone pace in the pitch. Maybe he's thought about a wicket, that ball, and it hasn't come off. Change of field, though. We've got fine leg back now.
Goes into the wicket this time. It rather illustrates what you're talking about as they sprint back for a couple. That on this type of surface, hitting the pitch is often better than going for the block hole. Your margin for error is more in your favour when you're back of a length than it is trying to get it up into the hole.
Yeah, and it purely could have been just, let's just take a risk this ball. Junior's maybe feeling it, gut feel, let's try and get a wicket. I feel like he's going to think in the wicket, kind of sneak one through him with pace. But Klass was up the task. Know this feeling now, Butch. Last ball, feet are hot and heavy. Thinking, should I just get out the over or can I go for glory? My figure's a little better with a wicket. But with Miller, I think it's a case of let's just get him off strike.
He's done it again, this time offside. I think that's come off the toe end of the bat. And once again, Sam Curran is very unfortunate to give away a boundary off the bat of David Miller. 3-2-7 for 4.
Ultimate Coco starts Sunday 14th August 7 p.m.
on Sony Sports Network.
Well, England have almost made it through the 50 overs. We are, what, almost 15 minutes over time, but I think everybody can excuse the players and the umpires of that on a day like today. Been extra drinks breaks, have been players are not looking to scuttle around between the overs. Some might say they never do, but certainly not today. Excellent from Cars.
More of the same. Pace off, great way to go on the Durham wicket. I actually love in the field. I know that he's making the batsman try something different. He's got options to bowl with this field. Got the whole of the leg side out. He can, if he feels like Klass is starting to get a hold of him, then he can move to something different. But this way, he's making them take all the risk to that side.
And gone. Well deserved for Bryden Cast. Pace on delivery, but it was back of a length. He hit the pitch hard. Klass unable to judge the speed and the height at which it was coming off, and Jason Roy completed the catch.
Well, both Carsey, pace off first ball, change up to the pace on. Klass not expecting it, a bit off balance. Doesn't get a clear connection. Safe hands by Jason Roy. I think England have bowled well here, Butch, at the end. You know, it's been 12 off 10 there for Klassen, but I think England have bowled well. 3-2-7 for 5. Happy with how we're going here.
And Ile Pepliqueo is the new man in. Two left-handers at the crease now for South Africa. But it's good bowling from Cast. It's been a good finish this from England. South Africa unable to really put them to the sword at the back end. Again, time will tell as to whether or not the score is too big to chase down in these conditions, but the death has been good from England. Well, they've come back for two anyway. South Africa have now gone past their highest score in a one-day international in England. It was down at the Aegeus Bowl in 2017. It wasn't good enough for them to win on that occasion. Will it be this time? Oh, Stokes was wide. He was really wide there at long on.
Attempted Yorker from Cast, tried to change it up. Miller got enough of it. Stokes herring round, but was very wide at long on. Oh, Stokesy.
Pretty much said it all, that, didn't it? Ben Stokes in his last 50 overs in the field for England. Flat on his face, eating riverside turf.
No sixes yet. Will we see one off the last ball?
A dot, and a really good finish from Bryden Cast. Really good score from South Africa nonetheless. 333 for 5. Their biggest score against England in England. They won the toss and decided to bat first in sweltering conditions here at the Riverside, and have made a really good fist of it. It was old school 50-over cricket for long periods of time, and it wasn't straightforward to come out and slam the ball over the ropes at the back end. In fact, as Mark Wood pointed out, there was not a single maximum, not a single six hit in the entire innings. Lots of hitting the ball into gaps, lots of pushing the fielders for two on the wide open spaces here at the Riverside. And all in all, that means that England will need 334 runs to win. Miller finished up with 24 from 14, 4 boundaries, at least 3 of which were fortuitous to say the least. And it was hot and hard work for bowlers, fielders, umpires and spectators alike.
Experience out-of-the-world entertainment when Men in Blue takes on Zimbabwe. Thursday, 18th August.
On Sony Sports Network.
This is Sony Picture Sports Network, and you are watching Sony 6 HD, the home of cricket.
Hello and welcome to Best of the ODIs. In today's episode, we are bringing you the best moments from the ODI series between India and England. Enjoy the show.
Oh, beauty first up. Shami goes up.
Mohammad Shami again, continues to go under the radar as far as white ball cricket is concerned. Didn't play in the T20 has given a bit of a break, but comes back for the one-day series, and again the special ability that he has to produce wicket-taking ball consistently, doesn't matter what format, what stage of the game. Helpful conditions for sure, but the skill that he has and the ability to execute it time and again is second to none, and that's why Mohammad Shami is always been a match winner and will always be a match winner for India.
Oh, beauty first up. Shami goes up, the finger goes up.
Nips back, it bounces, Pant gloves it straight in the middle of that palm.
Oh, this one's straight up in the air. Has it got the legs? No, it hasn't. Well taken on the deep square leg boundary by Sky. Hugs from skipper for the bowler. And things go from bad to worse for England. Still trying their aggressive approach even when they're 6 down. And Joss Buttler, the one man who's looked comfortable today, pays the price.
Excellent bowling.
Oh, gone. Straight through him. That is the length. That is Shami at his best. And it's all smiles for India and their fans.
Superb bowling again.
It's a lovely shot.
This was a brilliant one. What a riposte.
Buttler has pounded that. Gorgeous shot.
What an exceptional batter he is.
A very important knock, the captain's knock. Yes, you could say that, because it wasn't easy when he walked in 66 for 3. England were in a bit of a trouble, especially because the way they like to play the aggressive game. But he took his own time because he lost another partner. But then with Moeen Ali, he built a little partnership, and then with Livingston as well. And he played that knock in 2 different parts. There was a part where Moeen Ali and him put that innings together. They were a little slower. And then eventually, when they felt that they were in a comfortable position, they started playing the brand of cricket that they like to play, and eventually got to 260.
I know you told your friend you're not okay, and tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. And guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away, as you fade away.
Yeah, I'm about to fade away, cause every time I wake up I feel like it's Monday. Something's going wrong with all the chemicals up in my brain. All of a sudden I don't look at anything the same way. Got a buildup of my thoughts sitting in an ashtray. I'm sorry that I'm so inconvenient, okay. Just let me be me and I'll stay out of your way. I can see the way you look at me, I'm such a disgrace. I never really asked to be brought into this place. You wanna love me? Well then baby I have a taste. All the highs and the lows, no you'll never be the same. I don't really wanna hurt you but I can't control the pain. If you're sticking by my side maybe we could be okay. Okay, maybe you could be the change I need today. I promise that I've never felt this way. I really hope that you will choose to stay through all the pain.
I know you told your friend you're not okay, and tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. And guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until
Remember, it's a power play, so only 2 allowed out, deep mid-off and deep square leg. Just got to be careful with the white ball, is that you think it's a left arm spinner and you get done on the inside. skids on. Maharaj has had an excellent few months in all formats. Plenty of wickets, so his confidence will be high.
I like this, Nas. Just the 4th time he's taken the first over in this format. Roy versus left arm spin, averaging just 21.
Yeah, I reckon they've been doing their match-up, South Africa, obviously straight away, left-arm spin to Roy. I'm not sure England have done that many. Van der Dusen was in, and immediately they went to off-spin, and Van der Dusen belts off-spin, so looks like South Africa much more use of the analysts and match-ups at the moment, and it's a pretty good start so far. Can you get away with the first over with a maiden? He can. Excellent start from the South African captain. It's none for none, it's a maiden.
साम, दाम, दंड, भेद, कोई नीति नहीं अपनाएंगे। एक चीज तुम लोग दिल और दिमाग में फिट कर लो। कर हौसला बुलंद, हर मुकाबला आजमाएंगे।
इस बार कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स में हमारी विमेन इन ब्लू भिड़ेंगी अपने कट्टर राइवल्स पाकिस्तान से। देखिए इंडिया वर्सेस पाकिस्तान रविवार 31 जुलाई दोपहर 3:30 पर। कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स 28 जुलाई से सिर्फ सोनी पे दिखेगा।
Great, impressive player, Johnny Bairstow, and it's going to be Wungi Ngidi with the new ball from the Lumley end. Just the one slip. There's not been that much sideways movement compared to the India series where there was a lot of swing and a bit of seam. Pretty good pitch for batting. How does this pitch react as the game goes on?
I think evidence suggests that, free hit first up. Not how you want to start. The skipper started with a maiden. Big no ball. That's going to be a free hit for Johnny Bairstow. Just coming back to the pitch, Nas. It's a pitch that I think that deteriorated throughout the course of the 50 overs, or as both new balls got older. Balls seemed to stick a little bit in the wicket and harder to get away.
Free hit on Ngidi's no ball. Not got any rhythm at the moment, Ngidi, with his run up. He was just trying to guess his way to that front line. He was asking, was that okay? Where was I?
It's a nervous thumbs up. More of a 50-50.
He makes his mark quite a long way away from actually where he starts, and he tries to hit that mark. So he marks from there, and then he steps out, and there'll be another mark there somewhere. And he goes and he tries to hit the other mark.
Thank you.
finds mid-wicket. Just to give you some context about this score, this is South Africa's highest score in a one-day international in England, 333, and this would be England's 6th highest run chase if they were to be successful. But a lot of those run chases have come recently for obvious reasons, so it won't scare them, but runs on the board, and an England side that have just lost against India. And Josh Buttler said to Owen Morgan at the toss, the one area we'd like to improve on is our batting. We didn't show all our skills in that India series.
I think in the changing room there'll be plenty of chat around trying to take advantage of the ball when it's new, not really showing any swing or seam, full well knowing that it's going to be more difficult in the last 10 overs if you let that run rate get out of hand.
Sweeper out there behind square. I think it's Pethlaquayo. It is. Good arm. Two overs gone, 3 for none.
Got to that conclusion over a period of time, not just over the course of one day. There's been a lot of thought behind it. And certainly having gone through retirement recently myself, you know yourself when you're spent, when you're done, when you're not contributing in many departments that you normally do, and your energy is just gone.
So that's 8 dot balls now from Maharaj and Roy, and we know Roy doesn't like dot balls. We know that his role in this side is to go and express himself. So you feel something's going to give here. Yep, it's to the leg side, and it goes all the way for 6.
Well, he's picked the length beautifully here. Slug swept it over to the shortest boundary, the ground, and it gives us our first 6 of the match.
So it gets Johnny Bairstow up that end, which will help Roy as well. He's got away from that end. He's got a boundary. He's got a 6. Feel a lot more comfortable. Johnny Bairstow, an excellent player of spin. Hits it to long off. He'll keep the strike. 3 overs gone, 12 for none.
Wow, Hulk Hogan, Steve Austin, The
Undertaker, The Rock, John Cena, Roman Reigns, Charlotte Flair, Becky Lynch, and more.
From great performance from all Indians.
Experience out-of-the-world entertainment when Men in Blue takes on Zimbabwe in an electrifying ODI series.
Just sensational stuff.
Zimbabwe versus India starts Thursday, 18th August.
Sony Sports Network.
3 overs gone at this stage. South Africa were 16 for none. England are 12 for none. It's a good pitch. It may just get a bit slower and lower as we get through this innings. Inside edge. We've seen a couple of those. Quinton de Kock did that towards the end of the South Africa innings. Roy will take it.
Certainly a feature of today's pitch. The ball hitting the inside half of the bat a lot and taking inside edges due to the pace. I like this from Roy. Trying to put Ngidi under pressure. He's not quite sure about his run-up.
Correction, it was David Miller, not Quinton de Kock at the end of the innings. Not quite happy with his run-up still. Ngidi. No real rhythm early on in a tour. Well, he's going to have to hurry. Direct hit. He was struggling there, Johnny Bairstow.
Great piece of fielding from David Miller. If he hit, he was gone.
Yeah, very athletic from David Miller at mid-off, running in off balance. Release the ball quickly.
Unless you think it's good.
Good from Ngidi. He's got his line straight, which is the key to both these batters. It's 18 for none. Going back to the Stokes.
Ultimate
ultimate Coco starts Sunday 14th August 7 p.m.
Fair on Ben and the team, considering he comes to you as a leader within the group and says he's not fit or showing the level of commitment towards the team that somebody else might. And I've played in teams over the years where the team always takes priority over an individual, regardless of the player. And with that attitude, I believe that you will win more tournaments. More people working towards a collective goal is more powerful than one player.
Unless that one player is so valuable to the team that you want him in a key World Cup situation.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. And I come back to having gone through the feeling of being done and spent and retiring. And clearly Ben feels a similar nature to that he can't do what he used to do or anywhere near that. I think he's made the right call.
No spin yet for Maharaj. There was a half a stifled appeal when the ball just skidded on going down the leg side to Bairstow. One thing they have done well since that no ball is both bowlers have kept their line. Both these batters love width, either to free their arms leg side or offside. Slog sweep from outside off as well. Straight to both of these, stump to stump.
Good point, that Nas. It's not spun, swung or seamed. When Joss Butler at the toss this morning said he wanted to see a response from the batting unit, I think it's an important period of the game. They can't let this period go by where the ball isn't doing anything and it's hard with only 2 men out of the power play.
Good comeback after the 6. In the previous over, that over just goes for 3. It's 21 for none.
साम दाम दंड भेद कोई नीति नहीं अपनाएंगे।
ये चीज तुम लोग दिल और दिमाग में फिट कर लो।
कर हौसला बुलंद, हर मुकाबला आजमाएंगे।
A rivalry 7 years in the making reaches an epic conclusion. Last time, last match, last man standing at SummerSlam.
Livingston with 2 wickets in an over, and Cass's last 2 overs 1 for 12, which could prove valuable at the end of the day. Now that's flicked a couple of boots, one off the bowler and I reckon one off the umpire as well. And was Roy back in his crease, backing up?
Clear change of intent from Bairstow here. Recognised the ball isn't doing anything. Scramble seam from Englad. Clipped his boot. Oh! Roy would have been out. There's the touch, gone for all money if it hit the stumps. Oh.
Left boot, Englad, right boot, umpire. Roy was out of his crease, Bairstow takes 4. Slower ball. I think we'll see more and more of those. Pethler in particular will come on and take pace off and bowl those cutters.
Boys, don't mind seeing this, lads. Don't mind seeing this here, boys.
Yeah, really good response from Englad. Just 74 miles per hour.
Don't mind seeing this, lads.
Ball just holding a little bit.
Yogi. Start, mate. Second step. Second step.
Another slower ball. Getting to that stage almost where Bairstow might be setting himself for the slower ball.
Really good bowling here, very smart from Ngidi. Very effective slower ball he has. See the slight deception in his action. Only picking it up late. Makes it difficult to play a big shot against.
And Maharaj has just brought third man up in the circle. Mid-on goes back, so the feeling is pace off from this South African attack. Mark Wood was talking about it earlier, that pace on comes onto the bat nicely. Third man goes back to the boundary now. Mid-on comes up. Geedy will have to keep an eye on Roy's fancy feet. He likes to come down the pitch. Goes still, tries to pierce the offside. He'll get home for a comfortable single, even with the direct hit. 6 overs gone, 27 for none. Six overs gone, 27 for none. South Africa were 35 for none. We're going to have some pace in the middle. Heinrich Nortje. We're going to have some pace up here with Mark Wood. Sean Pollock's here as well.
He's such a smarty pants, isn't he? Nasser Hussain. Well, whatever pace I did bowl was good enough for him. That's for sure. Heinrich Nortje, there's his career stats. 13 matches, 22 wickets, an average of just over 25. He will offer some pace as he settles in. It'll be interesting to see the length that he tries to approach on this kind of surface. Just checking the runabout. Smart move.
False start.
False start.
I'm looking forward to watching this guy bowl. Fast bowler, charges in from I don't know if you know him better than I do, but he seems quite a quiet guy, like softly spoken, but when he's bowling at you, he's got some fire, aggression.
Yeah, he's one of those very nice guys off the field, but when it gets into the heat of battle, he can be pretty nasty. And that's what we're going to see a lot of, I think. I think back of a length, hard back of a length, with the extra pace and it just skidding on lower than what you'd expect. I think that's where he'll be really effective, Nortje.
That sort of skiddy nature is something that when I've bowled here that I've tried to utilise. Obviously not being the tallest guy, just hit the wicket as hard as I can on a good length. You can get that sort of scooting towards the top of the stumps. Aim for, you know, that hard length.
Yeah, he went cross seam for that first delivery, which is pretty interesting as well. Oh, that could be closer than sliding down. Yeah, I think initially Nortje was very interested, but the umpire deciding probably missed the leg stump comfortably.
Second ball, 88.2. Just loosening up. Here we go. Scrambled seam again. Round Jace's front leg. Liked it. Liked it.
More in hope than real belief. The bulk of my career, actually, I can't think of any games where I didn't open the bowling for South Africa, but you would have come on at this kind of time. What was your thought process into trying to get yourself into the match, into the over?
I think the most important thing is these lads have had a chance to look at what England have done. So I'd be watching the game, but I wouldn't be seeing it from a purely, if South Africa had batted, I would be looking at what had worked. England had batted. I'd be looking at what had worked for the South African bowlers, what I could do, what the pitch was doing, and just trying to go from there, really.
Went short and makes contact with the body, easily through for the single. And just from a personal point of view, okay, game plan wise, you could assess and work out, but as your individual self as a bowler, what did you feel like you were conscious of? Not being too full, not being too short?
What are we in the 7th over? So at this point, probably the swing's gone. On this type of pitch, I'm just trying to hit it as hard as I can. Literally, I don't want to. When I start off first change, the one thing you don't want to do is be floaty. You want to start well, hit the wicket well.
That was the variation. That's the leg cutter, and it's nasty picked by Johnny Bairstow. Pops it over the infield.
You must have been the same. You always want to start well, don't you? So you want nothing too floaty, nothing an easy drive ball, especially in white ball cricket. You want to just hit the top of, that thigh sort of length, top of the stumps as hard as you can. Hit almost the splice of the bat. That's what you're aiming for, really.
That was nasty picked by Bairstow. He had quite a few slow balls from Englad that he just patted back, but that one was nasty picked and dealt with. That's the kind of area I think where Nokia needs to hit. 7 done.
I definitely think that, I don't think that Nokia should get mixed up in trying to bowl too many slower balls. I know that that's obviously good for this wicket, but he's got genuine pace. So it doesn't matter if the wicket is, a tad slow. He could get chop-ons, he could get other things because he's got that express pace. I know pace is easy, maybe easier to play on this type of surface, but I wouldn't overdo it. I think, stick to his strength, which is bowling fast. If that was me, I'd be just trying to stick to bowling as fast as I can with the odd cutter, not the other way around.
Yeah, that's a good point. Stay with your strengths is often the approach, and he definitely does have that extra pace to bother individuals.
What a pleasure this is, Polly, by the way. I remember I was speaking to you off air. My run-up, my original run-up, was done off your run-up. That's right, isn't it? The Durham Academy coach, you were here at Durham. And that old step back, you used to do that, didn't you?
Yeah, start from the same place every time. Once that new rule came in, about 3 hits. Oh, that gets away with it. It's the cutter delivery, but it was over-pitched, and a good stop in the cover region. Yeah, I was quickly cured. I was one of those guys who was living on the edge. If you weren't living on the edge, you were taking up too much space, and started my career. But once that free hit came in, there was no chance. There's no chance you can just line me up and smack me to a part. So it was, the tape measure came out and started it from the same place every time.
Yeah, that sort of stop-start sprinters run up. I remember the academy coach saying, look at Polly when he was bowling. And that was the way I went, and that sort of served me right up until I played for England. So yeah, that was my original starting point and end point, like you say, and it made it a lot easier.
Just a little bit of consistency. Lungingiri, he struggled to start today. He started with a no-ball free hit, but got away with it. And a little inside edge allows them to rotate strike once again.
I was mentioning before, I played with Lungi at Chennai in the IPL, and I couldn't believe how big a guy he was. He charges in, and it's so intimidating because he comes from a long run-up, big guy, gets extra bounce. He was actually intimidating to watch bowl.
He's quickly changed his game plan here today. If you've followed Lungi over the years, it's often seam-up kind of deliveries for the power play and trying to see if he can get the ball to nip around. And then when he comes in the back end, it's often turning to slow balls. And when I say often, it's like 75% of his deliveries. But today he's worked out that the seam-up deliveries that haven't got much on with regards to movement. So he's gone to the slow balls pretty quickly. Got away with 3, I think, to Johnny Bairstow. And you might see him try and employ it a little bit more to Jason Roy now that he's on strike. Those free hits are overrated, aren't they?
honestly, the free hit is a killer when you're and you've got a ball extra ball and you think, oh no, you haven't, have you? Nothing worse. It all starts when the umpire says to you, you're just getting a bit tight. Oh no. First thing in your head, oh no, next ball, you're not even, the ball could go anywhere. All you're thinking about is that front foot line, and that's in a bad place. As soon as you start thinking about the line, you're in a bad place.
You usually know when you're close, don't you? On a few occasions.
Just try and bluff it with the umpire. Was I close there? Oh, is that one all right? I'll just check. Your boot's always behind the line in it when you check, rechecking. Yeah, I'm fine there.
When they come and tell you about your front foot after they've missed an LBW, you start saying, well, why don't you just concentrate on the other end and get those ones right? The love-hate relationship between bowlers and umpires. That one's chipped in the air but lands comfortably short of the boundary rider. I think it's David Miller out there. This has been good from South Africa. They've mixed it up nicely. With regards to bowling options, there's not really many options that they can turn to. They like to use Maharaj. I know it's talked of as a matchup between Jason Roy, but if you ever look at his last 5 one-day internationals, he's bowled the first over 4 times and the second over twice, I think. And they'll use him, Lungi Ngidi, and Nortje. They don't like to turn to Shamsi at all in the power play. And invariably, they don't like to really turn too much to Ndile Petlakwai. They like the protection, all the different variations that he possesses. So that's 8 overs done, 37 without loss.
Whoa, Hulk Hogan, Steve Austin, The Undertaker, The Rock, John Cena, Roman Reigns, Charlotte Flair, Becky Lynch, and more. From blockbuster legends to blockbuster superstars. Watch WWE Blockbusters at 8.
आजादी का 75 साल की जश्न इंग्लैंड में मनाएगी।
ये है बड़ा अक्षर भारत के लिए सिल्वर मेडल मीराबाई चानू के नाम।
बर्मिंघम में जीतेगा हिंदुस्तान हमारा।
कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स 28 जुलाई से
सिर्फ सोनी पे देखेगा।
There's the comparison. South Africa had now lost their first wicket. It was Quinton de Kock who was on his way. It's cooled down a touch for the crowd, so they'll be a little bit happier with proceedings. It really was a warm day.
It worries me with South Africa's spin, if I'm honest. I think England, I thought we'd try and get ahead of the game now and then we could milk the spin a little bit. But South Africa bowled really well, kept, like you said, mixed it up, made it hard to hit. That length there, you're thinking that should go well above the stumps, and it looks like it's going to crash into the top of the stump. So it's been hard going for our batters. Just feel like this was key for us, where the ball was hard. Could we get ahead of the game before the spin comes on? But now it looks like, we're going to have to force the hand and almost play big shots against the spin as well.
And that last delivery from nThat was fantastic. That's where he needs to be with the speed he possesses. The ball skidding on low, can't cut it down to third man. Doesn't want to get too straight because that'll be easy pickings, and if he gets really straight, no fine leg in position, the short 45, the man behind square is where they've positioned the one leg side boundary rounder. That's the dangerous one. He'll actually be happy that it's gone for a wide and not down to the boundary for 4. Just to let you know that Rassie van der Dussen, understandably, is off the field at this stage. They're monitoring his hydration situation.
Mentioned before that J. Roy likes to use his feet to pace bowl. I think it's hard to do that on this wicket, just because it's not true. It's not bouncing how he would like. So it's almost like he's trying to wait for a little bit of width or something where he can push his hands through. But South Africa at the minute just not giving them that option. They're not. It's dead straight. It's a good length. Nortje has been right on it here from the start.
And they can almost identify this period and know that the pressure's starting to build, and there has to be something that's going to give. And the fielders need to be really on point with regards to making sure there's no easy singles. Keshav Maharaj will spend a little bit more time making sure his field's set perfectly. There's actually going to be a change-up now. Lungi Ngidi comes in from the third-man boundary into the inner ring, and fine leg goes back onto the fence. Target the stumps, I would presume. That's why Jason Roy thought, okay, I'll give it some width. Didn't go in the desired area, but it got the desired result.
I can't believe that's come for 4. I don't think he got any of that. Just proves pace on the ball, 91 mile an hour, thick inside edge. Got enough of it though to get it for 4.
He's checking his battle after that one. That one would have clashed into the stumps. So it was the perfect delivery, exactly what Nokia's thinking was. Back of a length, trying to hit the top of the stumps. Roy giving himself room. And as we say, it didn't go in the desired area, but he smothered it across to the leg side. Uses his feet once again. Still no timing. Gidi's percentage of slow balls, and we're touching on that. 3% in the first power play, 16% in the second. And in the last 10 overs, 42%. So,
that.
Yeah, he'll probably even use more than that today, I would expect. He's got a wonderful deceptive slow ball.
Been a quick over this from Nokia. 88, 90, 89, 88, 91, 89. It's a quick over.
Oh, this could be dangerous. No, not picked up cleanly. So that's 44 without loss after now.
Great performance from all Indians.
Experience out-of-the-world entertainment when Men in Blue takes on Zimbabwe in an electrifying ODI series.
Just sensational stuff.
Zimbabwe versus India starts Thursday, 18th August.
Sony Sports Network.
290 furthermore required for England to win the first of this 3-match series.
I don't think we're panicking just yet. That required rate at 7. We could still get on it here. We're doing all right. No panic yet. I know it's under 5s, but
all this talk, what were you like in the dressing room when you were chasing? You had plenty of advice for the batters?
I was terrible. Honestly, I'm terrible. Ask Mogi. I could not sit still. I would stay out the back. I would never watch a ball live.
Okay, but that's
Terrible.
one thing, but advice, telling them whether they should or shouldn't panic or not.
I'm actually just doing what I do in the dressing room. That's just talk myself. Chewing myself up, telling everybody, look, it's all right. Don't worry.
Giddy continues. Once again, the cutter, and it's nicely cut off by David Miller. It's a bit of a strange position to see David Miller at mid-off. He's normally at backward point or square cover. But Reza Hendricks is on the field, and he's a fantastic square of the wicket fielder in place of Van der Dussen.
What were you like in the dressing room? Were you calm?
I got bored. A bit like I'm in the commentary box. I got bored quickly.
Is that my chat, is it?
I would often look at it from a bowling perspective of, you know, when your batters went out there and if they didn't get off to a fast start or put the opposition under pressure, I was like, just making the job easier. I know what I feel like when someone's running at me or trying to whack me out the ground.
Best advice I used to get from Mogi on batting is, you know what you're doing, boss? Yes, every time. You worry about that, Mogi? I got you. He used to say if he needed a man to plink at the third man for 1, I was his guy.
You really backed your skills. I think what Ngedi's doing really well, and often it's a case in point. When you decide to go for the variation and the slow deliveries, often we see a lot of bowlers, even at the international level, kind of miss their length. Whereas every time he's gone for that variation, Ngedi, it's been really good from a length perspective.
Does he take his thumb off or does he rip his hand down the side? Like, what kind of slow ball? Is it the thumb off one where it's like nothing to work with? Or
it is that one, but it's almost like it comes out with a little bit of a loop. That's why it's pretty deceptive. It's dragged away and just be the single out to Pat LeQuire on the boundary.
There was a series we played in South Africa where he bowled it a lot at the end. I think he won a game in the last over where he bowled it a lot, and actually it was doing our guys. So it must be a good deception on it where he gets that dip or, you know, enough revs on it that makes it difficult for people to pick up. So is that thumb? That looks like thumb off the ball, isn't it? He rips down the side of it.
Yeah, right underneath. You often see fast bowlers when they go to the off cutter option, they almost try and bowl an off spinner. Whereas I'm trying to think of the best examples. Dwayne Bravo, for example, comes out with a bit of a loop. So it's not really a cutting kind of delivery. It's actually a genuine slow ball where it pops out with a little bit of heart to it.
Curtis Gibson, at the time when he was bowling coach, he used to mention it to me. He said it's actually, if you can imagine putting the side of your hand towards the batsman, so not fingers pointing down the pitch, it was almost the side of your hand like you're casting when you're fishing, and that almost gets the dip on it because you're then taking everything off the ball. So that was his advice to me. It seemed to work for a little bit where you would get that sort of big dip on the ball, a bit like Bravo.
So Patel's another example of someone who does it really well. Chipped in the air. Oh! Over the crossbar from David Miller. He'll be disappointed with that. He sets immensely high standards for himself in the field, and that would have been the breakthrough that South Africa would have been after. 47 without loss.
साम, दाम, दंड, भेद, कोई नीति नहीं अपनाएंगे।
ये चीज तुम लोग दिल और दिमाग में फिट कर लो।
कर फौज।
आजादी के 75 साल का जश्न इंग्लैंड में मनाएंगे। बर्मिंघम में जीतेगा हिंदुस्तान हमारा। कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स 2022 28 जुलाई से सिर्फ सोनी पे देखेगा।
Just an indication that the second power play will start. Yeah, I think it's, as I said earlier, it's not a position he fields it often, so in many ways he probably could have had the opportunity to maybe backpedal a step or two and give himself a little bit more chance, time. But he'll be immensely disappointed, as will the South African side. They've done well in that initial power play, 47 from it. And that would have been perfect to end it off with a wicket, a breakthrough. You know how dangerous Johnny Bairstow can be as he picks up another two.
Can't see Nokia changing here, even though the field's gone out, it'll be the same sort of plans. One, I can't say that he bowled more bouncers because he's got men out. Surely it'll be sort of much of the same, won't it?
I think the only thing I'm going to expect differently from him, I think he'll back himself with the odd short pitch delivery, as you would. I mean, you've been watching the speeds. I know you've been very attentive at watching the speeds. That was 90.5. It didn't take long, but Bairstow didn't take long to get hold of it either. And that is superbly played. Just a short arm jab in front of square in full control.
Yeah, they went short at him in the test matches. That often disappeared. Not the same pitch here, but enough control from Johnny to get this well in front of square for four.
It's interesting to notice that the score 47 in the power play without loss is the lowest score it's ever been for England without losing a wicket since 2017. So it actually is a really good job done by South Africa. That's the danger, isn't it, for the faster bowlers, that they're so conscious on this surface of not offering up any width. We've seen it throughout the day that getting too straight, trying to target the stumps.
You can see the plan, though. It's obvious, isn't it, that no width on this wicket, stump to stump. Again, another wide 92.8, so he's got good licks here, Nokia, good rhythm. trying to cram everybody for room.
There, your speeds for you.
Yeah, that's sharp. Glad I'm up here. I think he's just got good rhythm when he charges in like this. Oh, appeal.
There's definitely a noise, but I think it's either off the pad. No real conviction to the appeal. Nicely taken by Quinton de Kock.
Yeah, Johnny looked disappointed there. You can see that they feel like anything on this, it's going to fly away for 4. Couple down the leg side, but if they get even just the littlest tickle on that, that's going to be 4. Well taken, to be fair.
Yeah, just changed the position on the crease too, Nokia. Gone wider on the crease, trying to really create a bit more of an angle towards those stumps. Well, that's brilliantly taken by Quinton. 2 hands to it. So 9 runs from the 11th over. England 56 for that loss.
A great performance from all Indians.
Experience out-of-the-world entertainment when Men in Blue takes on Zimbabwe in an electrifying ODI series.
Just sensational stuff.
Zimbabwe versus India starts Thursday, 18th August.
Sony Sports Network.
To return to the field. We've been spending a bit of extra time in the ice bath.
It's weird because I actually feel like my quickest ball would be my bouncer, but obviously that would maybe not clock up on the speed gun as the quickest ball, but that's certainly your effort ball or someone from my height. That skiddiness often felt like my quickest ball, so I wouldn't necessarily think the speed gun always gives the right indication of which one feels the quickest out of your hand.
Feels like you put more effort into it, doesn't it? So the thought process, you've got to run up and think, I'm going to bowl the quickest bouncer I've ever bowled, and then lastminute.com, you've got to go for a Yorker. And with all that energy, you're going to bowl the quickest ball you've ever
I haven't
bowled.
got the accuracy like you. That could go anywhere.
You're thinking Beamer, are you?
Good wicket, look.
Change of bowling. Tabraiz Shamsi into the attack, and he often is a fantastic asset for South Africa at this time of the innings. Comes on, power plays, first power plays down, a little bit more protection to work with, and then he can use his variations, much like Adil Rashid for England. South Africa, there's the 5 fielders in the inner ring. They've gone for the Mahendra Singh Dhoni leg slip. He's got some smart shoes on there. Straight away the reverse sweep, and fortunately for South Africa, straight to Lungi and Giddy.
He's got a big celebration as well, Shamsi, hasn't he?
Yeah, with the shoes involved, yeah. Takes them off and pretends he's speaking to a telephone.
Did he get that from Imran Tahir? They sort of when he flies off.
No, Imran just used to sprint. That was it. Everyone used to leave him in the end of his career. Just like, he'll eventually come back to us. Dragged down. It's not his greatest delivery, but he gets away with it. Really worked hard as Shamsi to try and stay nice and tall at the crease. He often used to collapse quite a bit, which led to a bit of inconsistency, a lot of drag downs and over pitch deliveries, but a big focus for him has been to try and, at that point of delivery, to be as tall as he possibly can. There's a little fancy hairdo to go with it as well.
There's been a few today. Sam Cronin and, an 80s band. Ben Stokes with a slick back look. There's a few going on.
I think you talked about England probably would have been disappointed with the initial power play, but they'll be looking to apply pressure. I know Shamsi, if he settles down, can be quite dangerous, so they'll be wanting to put some additional pressure onto him in his first few deliveries or overs. 24 times they've gone past 50 as a opening partnership when they've opened together out of 49 innings. So they're better than 50%.
They definitely give you confidence, I'll tell you that, when you're in the dressing room and these two go out, you know more often than not they're applying pressure and that we often get off to a good start. So there's massive belief in the dressing room with these two, I know that for sure.
Just a single from the over so far. Can he finish it strong? Or will Bairstow come up with something different? Yes. The midfield, they'll be able to get back for the second. So it's 3 overs, 3 runs, should I say, from that last over. England 59 without loss.
Hulk Hogan, Steve Austin, The Undertaker, The Rock, John Cena, Roman Reigns, Charlotte Flair, Becky Lynch, and more. From blockbuster legends to blockbuster superstars. Watch WWE.
59 with our last 12 overs completed. And there's going to be a change of bowling after
You are
the 12
now
overs.
listening to Central.
nThat Laquire will be introduced to the tack for the first time, replacing Heinrich Norkier. There's going to be a change in the commentary box as well. Nick Knight and Simon Dool.
Changeable for South Africa at the finger edge, number 23, Andile Peflaguayo.
This is his role. Middle overs, slower balls, cutters. Peflaguayo. He's often done a very good job at this time. At some stage.
How can I be homophobic?
Targeting someone. Keeper up 2 makes it slightly more difficult. Evening, Nick.
Evening, Dooley. Yeah, that just kept a little bit down as well. You're right, keeper up. One thing you want to try and do against this pace is get down the track, use your feet.
Set away behind point, just a little hand on it. Heinrich Klaassen behind point.
2, please. 2, please. Yeah, I got 2. Protocol.
Chase this time for Markram. Does well. Not been the usual England sort of blitz of a start, has it? They've been quite circumspect. Good bowling, I think. Sean Pollock and Mark Wood pointed that out.
Yeah, the combination maybe of the side that's just trying to find its best form and fluency with the bat, and particularly 2 players in this format, and also the pitch, I think. As you rightly say as well, the bowling. So I think it's a combination really of all of 3 factors. The other point, Dooley, that when you look at South Africa and the way they built their big score, 2 players that batted for a long time, big partnership. I don't think it's going to be an easy pitch to come in on and score fluently. So the partnership's going to be huge here. They build big partnerships.
Checking up.
35, 109 and 151, those first 3 partnerships, and that's exactly what you're talking about, Nick, isn't it? Not losing wickets back to back.
Yeah, I mean, you look at some pitches and you think, well, chasing 330, if a couple of players get 50, a couple get 40, one gets 70, you're there. Or somewhere near, but actually I think on this sort of pitch, I don't think it's going to be easy just to come in and get 60 or 35 or 40. I think the importance of the partnership, say the pitch is not straightforward. It's not a minefield by any means, but I think getting fluency early in your innings not easy.
Pretty comfortable 7 runs off the first over. 66 without loss. 13 overs have been bowled, and we're going to have drinks here in Durham.
Ultimate Coco starts Sunday, 14th August, 7 p.m.
It's Messi! Yet another Champions League goal.
The gods of football are back. So is the UEFA Champions League. Only
On Sony Sports Network.
A great performance from all Indians.
Experience out-of-the-world entertainment when Men in Blue takes on Zimbabwe in an electrifying ODI series.
Just sensational stuff.
Zimbabwe versus India starts Thursday, 18th August.
On Sony Sports Network.
It's been taken here, Riverside Ground. Durham, 66 without loss. England in pursuit of 334 to take the first Royal London One Day International between these sides. Not an easy surface, but they have got themselves away to a very good start. To a magnificent 100 earlier today from Rassi van der Dussen. 2 good partnerships between he and Milan and Markram. A couple of wickets for Liam Livingstone. Bryden Cast was excellent, as was Moeen Ali with the ball. The bottom line is exactly what England need. Plenty of gaps in the field, big square boundaries, so South Africa looking to use those. And England will need to run and run hard, I think, Nick Knight, between the wickets. 1s, 2s, possibly even 3s. Boundaries aren't easy to come by.
No, and perhaps that's part of their approach. You know, we've been talking about not flying out of the traps here and getting off to a flying start, but doing absolutely fine. 66 without loss, playing conditions as they probably are.
Shamsi with one tidy over to start, just the 3 runs coming from it. It's a crucial part of the game with Pekhloquayo and Tabrez Shamsi through the middle overs. They allow these 2 to bowl.
Yeah, deep point. You see deep point there? Right behind, I mean, good way behind square. And that is purely because of the reverse sweep. So because you play the reverse sweep, just look at the gap there between point. We can go to it now. Point and mid-off, who's up in the circle. That's a massive area just with extra cover to beat. And that is purely because of the reward you get by playing the reverse sweep. Now, whether he's able to access that part of the ground, I'm sure he's looking to. Not easy. It's a massive scoring area. Separé Shamsi will be aware of that, so he won't be giving too much away outside off stump, so the batter will know it'll be pretty much at the stumps.
It's a drag down, but he finds the field. You can hear the groan from Jason Roy in our stump microphones. He knows he's missed out.
Oh, sorry, Shamar. Let's check 2, please.
Good line so far, just making sure that keeps that foot behind the line and off the pitch as well. Shamsi just getting a little word from umpire Kettlewara. And Jason Roy having a word as well. Push, they'll push here. Little fumble, still no. And again, go again. He's had 3 turns of picking that up, Beklakau. Got it eventually. That was the one. I think that's the width he's been looking for. Couldn't get it through.
That's the one. That's the one as a batter now. You look there, I think he's done exactly that. 68 without loss.
Sam, dam, dand, भेद, कोई नीति नहीं अपनाएंगे।
ये चीज तुम लोग दिल और दिमाग में फिट कर लो।
कर हौसला बुलंद, हर मुकाबला आजमाएंगे।
कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स में हमारी विमेन इन ब्लू भिड़ेंगी अपने कट्टर राइवल्स पाकिस्तान से। रविवार 31 जुलाई दोपहर 3:30 पर सिर्फ सोनी पे दिखेगा।
Sure which captain's feeling the better at the minute. So Africa will be pretty happy with that rate. They've got the required rate up to 7.4. In modern day terms, doesn't worry sides too much, but it's a long way out.
Jason Roy's just in a slightly unfamiliar place at the moment. He's 35 from 49, and normally when he faces 49 balls, he's got sort of 70 or 60. So that'll just be playing on the mind a little bit.
Nice partnership, opening partnership on this ground in one-day internationals. 174 between these two. Back in 2018 against Australia, that one.
Outstanding combination, have been for some time. I mean, Johnny Bairstow for me has been the best ODI opener we've ever produced, and that's going to be going back to the Trescothics and the Gooches, some of the very finest players we've produced. But I think Johnny Bairstow's the best of them over a long period of time.
That game in particular, Australia scored 310 for 8, England 314 for 4 in the 45th.
So astonishing numbers, really. And you're also talking about being in a winning side, you know, contributing to a winning team. Not just the numbers and looking at that individually and personally. They're numbers that have contributed to a huge amount of success over a long period of time.
Just the form as well, I think we've seen from Johnny Bairstow this summer. He's now got 12 test hundreds to go along with those 11 ODI hundreds. Oh, that is just missed. I'll pick up a couple, but I think it's leg buys. Buys. Missed it completely. .73 without loss.
A great performance from all Indians.
Experience out of the world entertainment when Men in Blue takes on Zimbabwe in an electrifying ODI series.
Just sensational stuff.
Zimbabwe versus India starts Thursday, 18th August.
Sony Sports Network.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things you try and do as a batter is upset the captain of the opposition side. Use 5 bowlers. He's got Markram if he wants as a 6th. Try and force the opposition captain to bowl that extra bowler. At the moment, he's pretty happy with the bowling options he's got. If you try and target one of them, then he has to make a change. Yeah, that's where he's looking. But, as I said earlier, if you're bowling to this field, you're bowling well. And he's bowling to this field at the moment.
What we haven't seen is too many wrong-uns. And particularly the field dictates. I think it doesn't take that delivery away, but it means he'll bowl a lot less of them, I think, 90.
Yeah, and we generally get a really good view, don't we, behind the bowler's arm, so you can see the field. And
I didn't fumble that one.
you're absolutely right, because the googly here just opens up the offside. I think he wants to do that.
Great conversation between Bairstow and Roy. Johnny Bairstow said, we've got to be looking, Jace. We've got to be looking. Well, he's fumbled it 17 times. Well, he didn't fumble that one, did he? Was the response.
Jason Roy's looking boundaries, don't worry about that. Forget the running between the wickets for now. Where can I find the boundary?
On fine, these are Roy's. Push for 2 again here, just the one. Jason Roy's slowest half century is 64 balls. 2015 in Dubai, that one. A little way off it, but balls wise, he's not far off. But when he has got 50, 31 occasions, he's passed half century in ODIs. England have won 27 of those games. Still can't get it through. Another tidy over from Shamsi. A couple of 7s without loss.
A rivalry 7 years in the making reaches its epic conclusion last time.
A little bit of a difference in that. South Africa lost Quinton de Kock relatively early. And a big partnership between Malan and van der Dussen. That's whipped away out towards mid-wicket. Oh, get in. Anrik Nortje gave up on that one very early.
Yeah, I don't know if he picked it up straight away, but it looks from our angle here like he just backtracked a little bit.
It's crabbed sideways. There was no coming in. Goes fine, should get a couple this time. Bairstow will rush back. Rassie van der Dussen still off the field as well. Boren Hendricks was Reza Hendricks. Pardon me. Just feel like there's something building out in the middle with both these batters at the moment.
Yeah, it's slightly against the grain, isn't it, in the way they like to play. So it's credit really to South Africa, the fields that are being set, but you're right, you just feel like it's not going to be long before one or either just try and break free a little bit.
Oh, he's got it fine. Deliberately played down in that area. Pretorius on the field now, he can't catch up with it. One, so a better over from England's point of view. 9 runs coming from it. 86 without loss.
Whoa, Hulk Hogan, Steve Austin, The Undertaker, The Rock, John Cena, Roman Reigns, Charlotte Flair, Becky Lynch, and more. From blockbuster legends to blockbuster superstars. Watch WWE Blockbusters at 8 every night. Only on Sony 10.1 and Sony 10.3.
Experience out-of-the-world entertainment when Men in Blue takes on Zimbabwe. Thursday, 18th August.
On Sony Sports Network.
Change of bowling for South Africa at the lovely end, number 20, Anrik Nortje.
Right, Anrik Nortje back with some pace. Shamsi very good in his 3 overs only. And just that feel that we've seen, third and fine leg and backward square and deep point.
Yeah, this might be an opportunity. If you're a batter now, you might just be thinking extra pace. Shamsi's bowled brilliantly to his field. Can't really break free. Extra pace on the ball, good work. Extra pace on the ball might just mean you can find the gaps a bit more.
Well, Techloqueo was disappointed with himself here. Gets a good right hand on this. Bairstow's going. He's off as soon as he's hit it. Gets a good right hand on it. Can't quite gather it again. Run out was on if he could. Now he's been dispatched. Excellent work from Quinton de Kock behind the stumps. Just a leg by. Gets it through this time. Been looking for that and finds the gap. Oh dear, little collision. And that will go down to the boundary for 4. Move Bairstow through to 49.
I think he can still quite work out how that's gone to the boundary, but he'll take it.
Well, it was Andile Peklakweo and Keshav Maharaj, and I'm failing to understand how it's Peklakweo has come off worse there. Oh, everything is okay. But they've just got a little bit of a concern around the head, the neck area of Peklakweo. Both going for the ball and seem like both head down. I wonder whether Pekakweo's head collided with Keshav Maharaj's hip. Maybe hip or shoulder into the head of Keshav Maharaj. Medical department being called out. Three for 5. Van der Dussen with a magnificent 134 for South Africa. Won the toss, did Keshav Maharaj, and decided to bat first. He thought the surface might slow up a little bit later on in the evening, and it would bring himself and Tabraiz Shamsi into the mix perhaps a little bit more. And Livingston with a couple of late wickets there. Markram was good with 77 and Yaneman Milan as well. Miller just a quick fire 24 not out at the back end. Well, 134 today for Rassie van der Dussen and Nick Knight. Quality all over it.
Yeah. That's a shot there, I think, that's helped his game against spin in particular, just rotating the strike and the field. Some lovely shots down the ground. Not a huge amount of boundaries, but it's a big, big area here, and he just found the gap. Run incredibly hard throughout, even after he got about 120 in 40-degree heat. He was still pushing England's fielders, and that's how he got to 100. And he pushed England's fielders right the way throughout. An outstanding innings. He and Aidan Markram then batted for a long, long time, and they'll hope is a match-winning partnership. England going pretty well here now, and that's good news that Aguayo is up and about and smiling.
I think he's going off. There's a little bit of a cut underneath the chin. Try and pick up here what happened. You've got Aguayo coming left of screen and Maharaj coming right. Oh, there, yeah. Yeah, that's a red card on a Saturday afternoon in a Union game. No hands. Little shoulder to head, so hopefully everything is okay. You can see why he came off slightly worse now.
Yeah, it's good that he's okay, but whether he comes back on again is another problem, because we were talking earlier about Aidan Markram and an extra bowling resource. If he doesn't come on, he's only bowled, what, 3 overs? Let's wait and see. Doesn't look too bad. Maybe we'll just get that all cleaned up.
Guessing you have to go through an HIA test as well, so if that was unsuccessful, they could have a replacement. Got a like-for-like replacement, very much like-for-like actually, in Dwayne Pretorius. But, we'll wait and see. Slight delay, and back with Anrik Nortje to finish off his over. It's been a good one for England, 10 from it so far. Finishes with a dot. 18 gone, 96 without loss.
साम, दाम, दंड, भेद, कोई नीति नहीं अपनाएंगे।
ये चीज तुम लोग दिल और दिमाग में फिट कर लो।
कर हौसला बुलंद, हर मुकाबला आजमाएंगे।
Ultimate Coco starts Sunday 14th August 7 p.m.
18 overs gone. Time for a little bit of Kumar Sangakkara and Mark Butcher.
Now the skipper, Keshav Maharaj, on to replace Aguayo, who's gone off for a few running repairs.
Oh, lovely!
A long outstretched arm of Lungi Ngidi hauls that one in. Been quite nasty, that collision, Kumar. Shoulder went down nicely, didn't it? Timing was perfect.
Yeah, it does that. It can be quite nasty, as you said, Butch. So we'll have to wait. There's a nasty one I saw in Kandy at Askiria. I think it was Stephen Waugh. Was it Dizzy Gillespie?
It was, yeah. Both of them ended up in hospital, didn't they? Was there a broken leg involved? Not one for Johnny Bairstow, though. He continues the startling form that he's been in this English summer. In fact, go back to Sydney in the Ashes for where that form began. That's a 15th one-day international half-century for Johnny Bairstow. And England are just positioning themselves nicely for an assault upon a total of 334 to win.
Yeah, it's been a really good partnership. Lovely to see how they've adjusted to the pitch. 333, you think, is quite a tall ask.
Well, Jason Roy has been trying to get that one away throughout the course of this innings. 100 comes up for England. It's perhaps not as graceful as some that play the reverse sweep, but it's mighty effective.
Yeah, a little bit in the Markram style of reverse sweep, not the Rassie van der Dusen, just hard and flat.
Has he picked out Miller? Yeah! He has. Maharaj has the final say. He wins the battle against Jason Roy. Roy rather chipped it into that gap over extra cover. If he'd gone through with it, it would have gone all the way.
Yeah, that was the key, wasn't it? Just a commitment, trying to place it wide of long off, over that short extra cover, into that gap. We've seen South Africa do it, but with a lot more commitment. And Maharaj, is he happy? They know they've got a breakthrough. They were waiting for one. England completely in control until that particular moment. Jason Roy, he was shattered, so disappointed. Gone for 43, 102 for 1.
इस बार कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स में हमारी विमेन इन ब्लू भिड़ेंगी अपने कट्टर राइवल्स पाकिस्तान से। देखिए इंडिया वर्सेस पाकिस्तान रविवार 31 जुलाई दोपहर 3:30 पर। कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स 28 जुलाई से सिर्फ सोनी पे दिखेगा।
A rivalry 7 years in the making reaches its epic conclusion. Last time, last match, last man standing at SummerSlam.
Well, the crowd here at the Riverside managed to muster up the energy to greet Joe Root with a big Root as he came out. Hasn't been his summer so far in the white ball game. Look at that average 50, 1600s. He, along with Johnny Bairstow, have been England two form players, albeit in a different format. This game has had a slight old school feel about it in terms of the way that run scoring has been embarked upon. Rassie van der Dusen is back on the field. Went off for a little break, perhaps to get some fluids in him after his magnificent century. South Africa have the breakthrough. Nokia to Root.
On the money. First up on a pitch like this, if you're a fast bowler, you're definitely looking at LBW. Root does at times fall over, trying to play a little bit too square. And Jason Roy, just trying to be a little bit too cute.
Yeah, one of those occasions where you time the ball too well. And then you get back in the dressing room, you wish you just smashed it. Joe Root off the mark. A couple of ducks in the one-dayers against India.
You talked about old school. I think this is perfectly set up for a batter like Root. Just to come and just anchor one side, just bat. They've got enough power hitters around him to try and accelerate the run rate when it's called for. Just needs to settle in, hit the gaps as he always does. Loves playing spin. Yeah, if Joe Root's there by the 42nd over, England will be well set.
Top edge. Oh, it's gone down. Lungyan Gidi never looked comfortable at any point. And that ball was in the air for an age.
Quite restrained, Nokia. Just a little shake of the head, but inside he will be fuming. It's a catch to be taken, but right from the start, Ngiri, unsure, took a couple of steps backwards, didn't know where it was, started running in, absolutely no control, not really steady under the ball. That could be a costly miss.
That's a bad miss. It's a really bad miss. Again, the only thing is directly in line. If you drew a line from his position at fine leg through the batter, I think it would end up in the pylon, the lights pylon. Wonder whether it just went up into the lights. We had a really good view of him from down here. He's reasonably close to us down here at the Finkel end, and it didn't look as though he'd picked it up at any point.
Yeah, the pylon, that probably what he'll be saying in the dressing room, lost it in the lights.
Definitely. You've got to come up with something after dropping one of those. It's an absolute goober. You can have that for free, Lungi. It's the pylon, the lights.
Yeah, they needed that, didn't they? It's 2 wickets. It's so crucial to keep breaking through because the run rate at just over 7.5. England's not going to sweat it. It's the end of the over, 106 for 1.
Hulk Hogan, Steve Austin, the
A rivalry 7 years in the making reaches its epic conclusion. Last time, last match, last man standing at SummerSlam.
The officers of an optometrist.
Must have been something to it, because he really did sort of have a little, it's almost like he was doing the cha-cha-cha, a couple of steps forward, a couple of steps back, and he just never looked comfortable at all. They would have had 2 wickets in the space of a couple of deliveries, and England would have been right on the back foot. 2 men on, well, almost on naught.
Yeah, the joy of replays over and over again. But Keshav Maharaj has been very, very good. Under 5 in terms of economy, a crucial breakthrough ball with the new ball.
Good response from Root there. It was tight had there been any sort of hesitation. Understanding was good between the 2 Yorkshiremen. Now this will be an intriguing battle. Joe Root fell to Chahal in the match at Lord's. I think I was on commentary actually. I just said how brilliantly Joe Root plays spin, and almost the very next ball he was bowled, essaying a big sweep at the leg spinner. But Maharaj has been tidy. Joe Root has all those different arrays of sweeps to go to the left arm spinner. 1-1-1 for 1.
Indians.
Experience out-of-the-world entertainment when Men in Blue takes on Zimbabwe in an electrifying ODI series.
Just sensational stuff.
Zimbabwe versus India starts Thursday, 18th August.
Sony Sports Network.
.52.48. Popular split or an unpopular one, depending on your view. Bowls rockets, does Henrik Nokia. It's not the sort of surface where you can see it. You won't see the ball flying through to the keeper, but it generates real speed through the air.
Two in two. Two Yorkers. Johnny Bairstow. Surprised by the first, ready for the second.
Banter between Quentin de Kock and Johnny Bairstow out there at the moment. Short ball.
Saw that one pretty well, Ngidi. Picked it up early. Quick run in. Good throw.
Quick this from Nokia. You consider just how hot it's been here today. Breeze blowing across the ground, adding to the discomfort, because it's, well, it is like someone's turned the hairdryer up to its highest setting. It's just blasting you in the face with it. It has been above 90 miles per hour every single delivery this over so far. 91, 93, 90, 92, 91. Perhaps a little bit annoyed about something. Can't imagine what. Excellent over. Really good from the South African speedster. 1-1-2 for 1.
Sam, dam, dand, भेद, कोई नीति नहीं अपनाएंगे।
ये चीज तुम लोग दिल और दिमाग में फिट कर लो।
कर
बर्मिंघम में जीतेगा हिंदुस्तान हमारा। कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स 28 जुलाई से सिर्फ सोनी पे दिखेगा।
Not a great deal in it after 22 overs. England would feel that they have the depth to perhaps capitalise on a good start in a way that South Africa were unable to do. And yet still, we saw at the back end of South Africa's innings the pitch slowing down, the ball becoming more and more difficult to hit. Big boundaries here also at the Riverside, so it does give a captain and bowling attack something to defend with. Not seen any sign of Peffer returning to the fray as yet. He'd be one of South Africa's 5 bowlers. He's only got through 3 overs so far. Aiden Markram can bowl.
He was turning his arm over on the side pitch. 7 overs. A lot to get through for the 6th option. He's been bowling well lately, but they would gladly have Peklaquayo back. And also with the 3rd power play, 40 to 55 fielders out now with a bigger ground here, have the option of delaying spin, really bowling more spin through that 10-over period. Slower, harder to try and clear the boundaries for the English batters.
I'll get it.
Bind it. Just bind it. One.
Johnny Bairstow just limping there a bit. Normally, yeah, I wonder, maybe a touch of cramp. That would be entirely understandable. Oh, that's a great shot. That's a really good shot from Johnny Bairstow. Kept the bat straight almost. It wasn't a full-blooded pull shot. Made sure he hit the gap.
Yeah, that's a special shot. Just shows how good a patch of form Johnny Bairstow is in. Didn't really rock back. Just almost a vertical shot over short mid-wicket. Plays beautifully, going for slightly more aggressive sweep. The line heading down leg side. Over ends, 120 for 1.
If this has hit him in the head. Yeah, it has. Toe of the bat. And that's hit him on the helmet. Johnny Bairstow, I think, is struggling a little bit with cramp. Just beckoning the 12th man or the physio to come onto the field to stretch him off, maybe take some fluids on board, bit of salt perhaps. Do they still do that, or is that an old wives' tale? The salt tablets for cramp.
Yeah, it used to be, quite the treatment, a few years ago, many years ago perhaps, but now they say that they don't know why certain people get cramps and certain people don't. Have you ever had a lot of cramp in your career, Butch?
I used to get it from time to time, yeah. I get it in my hands, actually. Which was really, really rubbish when you were batting.
Top hand mostly, probably.
Definitely. Didn't have a left hand. Right, I think probably an opportune time to take a drinks break. 120 for 1. Everyone will get some refreshments on board.
Here's your final chance to win 2 Ben Stokes signed caps, and I'm over here with Megan and
इस बार कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स में हमारी विमेन इन ब्लू भिड़ेंगी अपने कट्टर राइवल्स पाकिस्तान से। तो मचाओ शोर। देखिए इंडिया वर्सेस पाकिस्तान रविवार 31 जुलाई दोपहर 3:30 पर बर्मिंघम में जीतेगा कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स। 28 जुलाई से सिर्फ सोनी पे दिखेगा।
It's Messi! Yet another Champions League goal.
The gods of football are back. So is the UEFA Champions League. Only
on Sony Sports Network.
It's Messi!
Football की बाहर लेके आ गया. Champions League, Europa League, Nations League, FA Cup, Bundesliga, Sony पे. Sony पे.
Red Coco starts Sunday 14th August 7 p.m.
on Sony Sports Network.
Riverside. For players and spectators alike, Johnny Bairstow has been in sparkling form. It's not been the most free-flowing innings that we've seen him play this summer. The conditions have rather put pay to that, but you've still seen a sprinkling of some wonderful stroke play, great timing, ferocious power. And also had a stroke of luck.
That's 0785-1183-114, followed by the stand road and signal of the offender and the nature of the issue. And we want you to enjoy the rest of your day when you see it at Sea League in Riverside. Please make sure you do not any limits and respect those around you. Thank you very much for your support today.
Not changing bowling, that exertion from Henrik Nortje has earned a rest, so Aiden Markram will be South Africa's 6th bowler. He's now into the attack, whether or not the plan had been to use him all along or whether the injury to Andile Petlakwayo has meant that Maharaj's hand has been forced, we won't know. The route reverse, oh, it's a beauty. It's a beauty. Rassie van der Dussen's legs are a little heavy out there on the point boundary, and that was beautifully played.
Exactly what the captain doesn't want in terms of South Africa. The part-time spinner, the 6th option comes on, the first ball goes to the boundary. As a batter, you can't let the 6th bowler, the part-timer, bowl without any pressure being exerted on them. And Root just brilliant, very, very intelligent, sees the opportunity and takes advantage. Immediately the pressure has reversed. Markram has to play it safe, get through the over, minimize damage.
Yeah, you'd expect both Root and Bairstow to see this as an opportunity to try and get ahead of the rate. Not that they're a long way behind it, but two players play off spin well.
The key is to really balance it out. You don't have to go overboard against Markram, but always look for that boundary, that one boundary per over that allows you to get to that 8-9 run over consistently. Use the feed. Knocky for 5 runs so far. 7 overs. If he's got to make up the entire spell of Petlakwayo, that's a lot to ask for from Markram.
Three matches ago, he got through it a full 10. They were doing against India in Pretoria, 1 for 41 were his figure, so it's certainly not beyond him to get through a large portion. Oh, it's straight and gone.
Yes,
Johnny Bairstow is going to ask for it, but I think that is going to be very close indeed.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision is out. It is a fair delivery, so we can have a look at front on, please. Okay, rock that back, please. Okay, appears to be no bat involved, but let's confirm that with Ultra Edge, please. Okay, we've got a flat line, rolling through. Okay, still a flat line, all the way through to the pad, please. There's no bat involved, so we'll go to ball tracking when ready. Okay, pitching outside off, impact in line, wickets hitting. We'll go back to Richard on field to stay with his original decision of out. Richard, you're on screen now. Please signal out.
Excellent decision in the first instance from Richard Kettleborough. It looked as though it was going to be very, very tight for Jonny Bairstow. And the drop catch didn't cost South Africa too badly. Bairstow goes for 63, 125 for 2. Just all-rounders has decided to walk away from this format of the game. But for now, those in the ground hope they get a send-off to remember.
An emotional moment for Ben Stokes. The whole crowd standing up, clapping him all the way to the pitch. Friends, family, everyone here. The emotional time, but what an opportunity for Ben Stokes to win a game yet again for England. So we have a commentary change. We have Sean Pollock and Owen Morgan.
Yeah, big wicket that for South Africa. Jonny Bairstow was given a laugh, and Lungi to be very happy about the situation. He's gone for 63 of 71 deliveries. And enter onto the stage, the man of the moment, Ben Stokes. Last one-day international innings for him. South African captain Keshav Maharaj will be immensely happy. He's not too sure what kind of contribution he's going to get from Petlaquaya going forward, and Markham might be a key member of the attack, having to finish those overs. And to have started the way he did, first delivery, reverse sweep for 4, but came back beautifully in the over to finish it for a wicket and 5 runs from it. There's Ben Stokes, his career. Strike rate of just over 95, very good average, just under 40. Can he get to 3,000 runs, average 40, and take his team to victory? He's off the mark, he's up and running. Is he emotional kind of guy?
Afternoon, Sean. Yes, he is. He's a very caring human being, the ultimate team man. Very selfless in everything he does.
Okay, Dwayne Pretorius, it's official. He is the concussion replacement for Ndile Petlaquaya, so it's like for like, and he can contribute. Very similar kind of bowler, uses lots of variations, wicket to wicket, backs his slow ball. It's unfortunate for Ndile Petlaquaya. And there is, it's almost like that knockout blow in a boxing match. It's on the chin, it's probably knocked him out for a brief moment in time. I think he might have some stitches required as well. He left the field holding a bandage to his chin.
Oh.
End of the 25th, 127 for 2. It's a bit of a
बार कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स में हमारी विमेन इन ब्लू भिड़ेंगी अपने कट्टर राइवल्स पाकिस्तान से। देखिए इंडिया वर्सेस पाकिस्तान रविवार 31 जुलाई दोपहर 3:30 पर। कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स 28 जुलाई से सिर्फ सोनी पे दिखेगा।
Markram, the part-timer. And he's going to continue from the Lumley end.
Yeah, I think he'd be quite excited about the opportunity to bowl to a left-hander. This tends to be the off-spinners who back themselves and feel that they can be more effective against the left-handed option.
England still requiring 207 from 149 deliveries. Run rate just gone up past 8 runs per over. I think the thing about this partnership, Sean, is two very experienced campaigners. No panic. They're trying to re-establish themselves, full well knowing Joss Butler, Liam Livingstone and Moeen Ali are in next.
First sweep doesn't get through. Yeah, plenty of firepower still to come. South Africa, I think they were basically 160 odd after 30 overs. And in the last 20, they put on 160 as well. It was almost like the perfect split between the 30 and 20 overs. Oh, it's to runs that were accumulated. So as you mentioned, plenty of experience, plenty of firepower. I think it just goes to the nature of the surface and how difficult it is when you first come to the crease. You've just seen the 1-6, I think. Is it 1-6 or maybe 2 6s you hit today? I'm not sure. Just the 1-6. So it's not that kind of ground where you can just walk in the first 10 deliveries, deposit 2 out the ground and you're off and running. I think it's going to be a bit more challenging than that, and that's the only worry I would think for England at this stage. Behind with regards to the run rate required, but also the possibility of being impactful as you get to the crease. Yeah, Quinton de Kock still adjusting the field, telling the captain to just change his angle. Pretty good in assessing the angles that are required, as captain South Africa many times in the past. It's 26 done, 131 for 2.
Whoa, Hulk Hogan, Steve Austin, The Undertaker, The Rock, John Cena, Roman Reigns, Charlotte Flair, Becky Lynch, and more. From blockbuster legends to blockbuster superstars. Watch WWE Blockbusters at 8.
आजादी के 75 साल का जश्न इंग्लैंड में मनाएंगे। बर्मिंघम में जीतेगा हिंदुस्तान हमारा। कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स 2022 28 जुलाई से सिर्फ सोनी पे देखेगा।
The same tape measure that Lungi Ngidi brought out.
Yeah, he didn't get it right. There you go. After the next over, please bring out the tape measure. I might have to bowl here soon.
I do like the decision to get him in the game as soon as possible. I mean, sitting on the sidelines, heart rate would have been just placid. Long L day, carrying drinks around the ground. Now he's got to deal with both ends.
I suppose you could have saved time and said, Skip, which side will I be bowling from? I'm not too sure at this stage, so make sure you mark it out from both ends. He'll be slightly embarrassed, I'm sure, at the time it's taking. There's Lungi. Don't trust that tape measure. It didn't work for me in the first delivery of the day.
He's not actually bowling yet. Maybe he's trying to give a strong indication to his captain that he wants to bowl.
I'm a bit concerned about the fact that he just sprayed right over the tape measure too. Calvarena departs with the tape measure still needing to be rolled back into its container.
Off he jogs into the wrong position. And now into the right position. Maharaj continues.
His head must be absolutely buzzing at this stage, trying to settle himself down.
Also not wearing a cap on the hottest day we've seen in Durham in centuries.
We breathe them tough in South Africa. A couple of times we've seen Joe Root deploy that shot, and it was to really good effect against Markham when he initially came into the attack. He's gone to 13 off the 19 deliveries.
We've seen a lot of the reverse sweep played today for a couple of reasons, I think. The pitch has been slow, but also huge gaps, 2s and 3s available. Rassie van der Dussen had a nightmare for Jos Butt. And I think we'll see it continue to be played because there's so much value in getting the opposition captain to change the field and then allowing other areas to open up the score.
Yeah, that one's nudged on the ground. Actually, Nokia, who's behind square on the offside, is well behind square. So that is there for the reverse sweep. But what had happened with Markham and van der Dussen is then it opened up extra cover. So every time there was a drag down, I think from Rashid and Livingston in particular, they beat the short cover. And it was a real regulation kind of boundary. It's nicely bowled by Maharaj. Just the 3 runs from the over, 134 for 2.
Great performance from all Indians.
Experience out of the world entertainment when Men in Blue takes on Zimbabwe in an electrifying ODI series.
Just sensational stuff.
Zimbabwe versus India starts Thursday, 18th August.
Sony Sports Network.
8 wickets in hand. South Africa still with the possibility of using Shamsi for 7. He's been almost underutilized at this stage. He's definitely that wicket-taking option for them in the middle overs. Mahara just completed 8. Giddy 5. Nokia 6. Petlaquire 3. You won't see him again today. And this is Aidan Markham's 3rd on the bounce.
Certainly doesn't look an easy wicket to start your innings. Very few players have come out and timed the ball immediately. See a lot of purchase there from Markram.
Yeah, that was why I mentioned it. That would be the only concern. And we saw the 2 South Africans who were set. I mean, one at 100, other one at 70. When they decided to go airborne and try and take on the field, both of them held out. So I don't think it's just going to be easy. Use the feet, that's beautifully played. We saw a couple of examples of that nice shot from Aidan Markham when he was at the crease. And this one's timed well enough to take it the whole way.
Well, this is a huge hit for Joe Root. Not known for blasting 6s. Recognises with the run rate creeping up. Need a little bit of aggression in this partnership.
No! Deciding not to take on the strong arm of Heinrich Nokia. It's nicely close to the pitch, holds the shape for as long as possible. Wants to keep that bat face open to make sure it goes over the offside. Yeah! This could be close. This could be very close. It is. It's another wicket for Aidan Markram. And could that be the end of the one-day international career for Ben Stokes?
It looks very straight, very straight, having a chat. No, he's not happy. He's not happy. Bit of an arm ball, hitting him right in front of all three. And Ben Stokes has to go.
Yeah, this is a massive moment for South Africa, but this is a massive moment in the context of English cricket. For the last time that we will see Ben Stokes in a one-day international. Will always be remembered for that fantastic innings he played in the World Cup final. And he departs to the rapturous applause of his local crowd. Stokes goes for 5. 142 for 3.
साम दाम दंड भेद कोई नीति नहीं अपनाएंगे। एक चीज तुम लोग दिल और दिमाग में फिट कर लो, कर हौसला बुलंद, हर मुकाबला आजमाएंगे।
Yeah, no reason to review that one, just send it upstairs. I think he understood that, Ben Stokes. It was maybe just the emotion of not wanting to be on his way that he was considering. Nice touch by Aiden Markram. He's ended his career in the one-day format, but still had the presence of mind just to wish him well and congratulate him on what has been a fantastic one-day international career. Man to the crease for England is their captain, Joss Buttler. He won't be on strike. That was the end of the over from Aiden Markram, who really has made an impact. 2 for 17 in his 3. Rishabh Maharaj just with the 11 more deliveries to go in his spell for the day. Looks like he's going to bowl himself out. So what's the plan now? Change of plan? Does Joss Buttler come and play with freedom, or do you think it'll be more of the same, just trying to set up that moment where they decide to go for the complete launch?
Well, Joss Buttler isn't a guy who needs a lot of time to get going normally. Tends to try and find boundary early in his innings. Fantastic rotator of the strike. We're going to need a spectacular innings from the England captain to get his side over the line.
Something like that average and something like that strike rate if England are to put on a fruitful chase. 191 still required, and he gets off the mark immediately.
Well, that just kept a little bit low. Root choosing a conventional sweep this time. Just hasn't bounced.
.145 for 3.
Great performance from all Indians.
Experience out of the world entertainment when Men in Blue takes on Zimbabwe in an electrifying ODI series.
Just sensational stuff.
Zimbabwe versus India starts Thursday, 18th August.
Sony Sports Network.
From his home crowd here at Chester Street.
So it's a continuation for Aidan Markram, but it's more of the same from what we saw in the last over from Joe Root. Beautiful use of his feet, opens the face again and targets the long off area.
Another excellent shot. He's clearly identifying that long off area as the area he wants to target. Coming down and just giving himself a hint of room to beat that man on the circle.
So realising the importance, that brings up the 150, that single, the importance of keeping the momentum going. They can't just stop because there's been a few wickets in short succession. There's 102 for 1, 125 for 2, while 142 for 3. Run rate basically 9 and over required from here on in. It's still to the strong hand of Keshav Maharaj, but he didn't get into a strong position to be able to release the ball as quickly as Quinton de Kock was asking. I don't know if you heard that, but he said, I thought you were Shamo, and Shamo's not the quickest, Shamsi, so he was having a bit of a dig at his captain.
Well, boy.
Use of the feet this time by Josh Butler, maybe trying to employ the same tactic as Joe Root's used so successfully. I think maybe came a little bit earlier than what Joe Root's done on his 2 occasions that he's popped it over mid-off. Wow, he used the width trying to target the offside, but ended up dragging it straight down the ground just for the single. 30 done, 153 for 3.
Steve Austin, The Undertaker, The Rock, John Cena, Roman Reigns, Charlotte Flair, Becky Lynch, and more. From blockbuster legends to blockbuster superstars, watch WWE.
So 30 overs completed. Maharaj will complete his last over, and that's chipped away for a single. Time for a change of voice up here. Salman Dul and the local Mark Wood.
Thank you, Sean Pollock. Good spell from Keshav Maharaj. Some stage. Both Root and Butler are going to have to increase things dramatically. What the permutations are, Mark Wood. Possibility of 60 off the last 5. How do they get to that position?
I think if you look at Maharaj here, in context of the game, this is a fantastic spell of bowling. To go 4 runs and over in this type of game, it means that we're going to have to target someone else. I always thought before the game, or when we've been watching the game, that the South African spinners would be the ones that, you know, we couldn't necessarily just blast away. Slow pitch, low pitch, big boundaries. But we struggled against everyone to naturally blast away. So it's going to take something pretty special. If we're going to win this game, I think Rudy's got to bat through, and then everybody else has got to chip in around him.
I get to that stage where Livingston, Ali, someone just needs a 45-50 off 12 balls, 15 balls, something along those lines. But It's been proven all day that it is not that easy to come in and start quickly. 31 gone, 156 for 3.
Ultimate Coco starts Sunday, 14th August, 7 p.m.
on Sony Sports Network.
You know, the crowd still appreciate his ODI career, still give him a great send-off. It was just not to be today, and that doesn't take away everything that he's done and everything he's accomplished for this team. Just the end of this format and a sad day for the North.
Ray Shamsi is back. 7 to go here of the last 19.
If I see Butler's shoulder wiggling here, he's going. That's the tell. If as soon as
back
that
shoulder or front shoulder?
Front shoulder. If that wiggles on here, he's after Shamsi.
All right, we'll keep an eye on that left shoulder of Jos Buttler. Does it just sort of go up and down a little bit?
Got like a twitch thing that goes on. That means here I come. It's hard to spot though when you're running in because he does it every ball. Or maybe he just really fancies me. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe he just thinks, oh, Woody's on here, I'm going to blast him at the park.
There it was. It wiggled. It wiggled. He's gone straight down the ground. And just the one pitch. He didn't quite run at him, but he tried something.
He tried. The shoulder was going. I told you. It's his tell. Not a good poker face, Jos Butler. Get that wiggle shoulder on. He's ready for you. Here it comes. Way! Oh.
Self-default. For now.
Yeah, 6 from 8. Happy for him to face 10 or 12 balls to make sure he's in. It's the pace of the surface. Both he and Liam Livingstone, and Mo in particular, can find the boundary at will later in the innings.
I totally agree with you, Dooley, but if you look at the boundary count all game for both teams, it's been really low. So it's not just, I think it's just, as much as England are destructive, and will always have been, I don't think it's just as easy as, you know, people are going to come in and blast it. It's just not going to happen like that.
Yeah, 1s, 2s, 3s still a big part to play. There's huge gap at mid-wicket, big gaps over extra cover or through the covers, but Shamsi's bowled a beautiful line around about that off stump, turning the ball back, and we haven't seen a lot of wrong-ins. It wiggled again.
Dooley are on it. See, I've just introduced you now. You're going to be looking at every ball now, aren't you?
I couldn't concentrate. Just watching for it.
Go on, Jos. Give us one more. Come on. One more wiggle. Here we go. Come on. Oh, where's your wiggle? Hey, come on. Yes, Jos. You can't write it. See, I says you get the wiggle on, he's off. Boom.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. It just goes side to side and then the feet move. A little dip down and then that goes. What do you... Just make sure you keep that shoulder in line. Get that shoulder towards the ball.
Maybe he's got a song in his head. You know how batters try and concentrate, they have these funky things going on. Maybe it's like he's got a song in his head before he's batting here, keeping him going.
Well, that's my next question for you then. If Jos Buttler has got a song in his head, what is it? What sort of music is he going to have running around in that head of his? I'll give you an over break to think about it. Here comes again. Oh, is that a little inside edge? I think it's an inside edge onto the pads, and it's looped back to Shamsi. So that'll be the end of Jos Buttler.
Oh, it's a big blow. It's a big blow. Jos Buttler, caught and bowled. Let's have a look at it here. Yeah, little inside edge off the pad. Almost unlucky that it's looped back there. Would you believe it? Straight back to the bowler. We're in trouble now. 164 for 4. Joss has gone for 12 off 12. England 164 for 4.
एक खिलाड़ी दुनिया के किसी कोने में हाथ में तिरंगा लेकर के दौड़ता है, सारे हिंदुस्तान में ऊर्जा भर देता है।
हमारे लाखों एथलीट्स एक ही सपना देखते हैं कि वो जीते अपने लिए नहीं, अपने देश के लिए। आजादी के 75 साल के अवसर पर हमारे एथलीट्स कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स में शानदार प्रदर्शन करके इस बार जश्न इंग्लैंड में मनाएंगे। बर्मिंघम में जीतेगा।
कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स 28 जुलाई से सिर्फ सोनी पे दिखेगा।
.164 for 4 now. Liam Livingstone walks out to the middle.
Pretorius coming on. You know what? I'm devastated that he's getting the tape measure out and everything. Wouldn't it have been great mid-game if he just ran back and bowled like the old school villagers? Yeah, just run back, ball. Yeah, that's my run-up. That'll do.
Like you see every boy and girl do on a Saturday morning at the local park. Strike rate 123. That's the key for Liam Livingstone. He doesn't have a lot of time to get himself in here. But as we've seen, it has not proved easy at all. Concussion replacement, Dwayne Pretorius.
I hope he hasn't done like, you know, when you bowl before play and you warm up for the next game, I'll get me overs in, then I'll have a bowl at lunchtime. He'll bowl 30 overs here by the time you end the game if he's done all that.
I did see Marco Jansen out there at the interval. Sure, the Pretorius was out bowling as well. He may have been getting his loads up, and all of a sudden he's got to be called on to bowl in the back end of the innings. Tough time, but opportunities are plenty. Spent some time with the Chennai Super Kings, recent IPL. 7.77 career economy rate in overs 41 to 50 for Dwayne Pretorius. He's noted as a death bowler. To get a couple in here and then probably come back late in the piece. Fine, should be a couple.
Wonder if Fruity will get funky here. You know, he tries these little dabs over the keeper with the keeper rope, or you know, fine leg if he's looking at him being quite wide. Will he see that as a boundary option? That's obviously, you know, can we keep it ticking over? But we're going to have to find a boundary option from somewhere from now on. So I'm sure he's looking, thinking, where can I get my runs? There's a big gap at mid wicket, or can I play some sort of funky shot?
Yeah, and can we put pressure on the new man? Just fresh on the scene, Pretorius. That's one of the keys as well.
Be interesting to see how South Africa go about this with Livingstone. Obviously known as a big boundary player, someone that likes to, you know, hit the ball hard. Will they try and get the squeeze on now and try and, you know, put him under pressure so he has to play a rash shot? Or will they say, look, the rate's high, let's just sit back and see if then he has to come to us?
Boundary riders at 3 on the leg side, long on, deep square. Almost backward square, fine leg area, and a cover point on the fence as well. So those are the 4 men protecting the boundary, 3 of them on the leg side.
Like we mentioned before, I don't think the boundary size is a problem for Livingstone. I still think he'll take it on. He's got a good record here for Lancashire against Durham. I don't think it bothers him. I think when you can hit the ball that far, I think it's just whether South Africa feel like it's a risk, really.
I think he will do. Dwayne Pretorius is wicket to wicket. He can take pace off. He's got good options at the death.
Dooley exactly right. When I've watched South Africa bowl, they've bowled dead straight. They've made it hard for England. It looks like there's been a clear plan of no width. Everything's been, you know, make England try and play cross-batted shots to balls that are going to hit the stumps. Usually those balls would bounce high above the stumps, but not on this occasion. They just banged away there, banged away, making sure that England have to, you know, do something different and almost strangling England, if you want, into submission.
It's been a good display, not only with the bat, but they've actually learnt from what England, or what they saw from England with the ball. They've talked about clearly what was hard when they were out there batting. Shows also the value of that Rassie van der Dussen innings was quite special. That's the funky that you wanted from Joe Root. Just couldn't quite get it through. Ends the first Pretorius over. Just the 4 from it. 168 for 4.
इस बार कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स में हमारी विमेन इन ब्लू भिड़ेंगी अपने कट्टर राइवल्स पाकिस्तान से। तो मचाओ शोर। देखिए इंडिया वर्सेस पाकिस्तान रविवार 31 जुलाई दोपहर 3:30 पर बर्मिंघम में जीतेगा कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स। 28 जुलाई से सिर्फ सोनी पे दिखेगा।
Here, but what he did do is he manoeuvred the ball well, and then he hit the ball when it was a bad ball for 4, and that's the best way to play. It didn't seem like there was loads of risks taken. He played extremely well.
Just 32 dots, 58 singles, so there's a lot of quick runs as well.
I bet you those dots as well were early on as well. I bet he had a few of them early on because he obviously takes his time to get in usually. So he had more dots at the beginning. So it just shows you how, when he was in, how well he rotated the ball.
It's an intriguing battle here. Liam Livingstone. Deep backward square, deep mid wicket, long on, boundary riders again. Jonesy hugging that leg side. Toe into the bat, almost carrying to the skipper Maharaj.
Someone shouted "no way" there in the back of the box. I'm not sure who that was, but yeah, that was me. But I thought he just chipped that straight mid wicket. That would just be after the Joss Butler wicket. I thought, oh, not again, and not more bad luck. It's just such fine margin, and with cricket's a strange game. You look at Miller chops onto the stumps, the bails don't come off. Joss little inside edge, and it pops back the bowler. It's just such fine margins in the game, which you probably don't think about it at the end of the game, but when you look back and reflect, you think it just wasn't our day, or it just didn't quite go the way we wanted.
You wonder sometimes why we play. It's a mad game. Tests you, that is for sure. That's gone fine, but there is protection back there.
Julie, you don't need to tell me my elbow that. I know that for certain. Love it and hate it at the same time. We were talking about your big toe before, weren't we? As a fast bowler.
You were telling me that Ben Stokes' toes are the most awful things you've ever seen, but that's just a bowler's toes, isn't it, in general terms?
Yeah, I've managed to get away with it with the big splay that I've got when I bowl. My toes are generally good. All pressure goes to my ankle, but yeah, Stokes' feet are not good. I mean, if he's coming out in flip-flops, you're saying get them off, get your shoes back on. That's masking at them socks, I'll tell you that for nothing. They must be specially shaped socks, because his toes aren't normally that shape. Match his fingers.
It's his last game. We're supposed to be building him up and saying what a great career he's had. We've had a crack at his toes.
No, I'm upset.
He's had a go at his hair earlier.
He's left me. I'm upset. I wanted him to stay with me. He's left me alone again. Can't believe it. That's it.
Yeah, the life of a genuine all-rounder. He lost to the ODI game, but I think the decision for his longevity and for England cricket is the right one to be made. Quick single and 6 runs from that over. Another tidy one from Shamsi. 174 for 4.
England versus South Africa, second ODI, Friday, 22nd July, 5:30 p.m. live on Sony Sports Network.
A great performance from all Indians.
Experience out of the world entertainment when Men in Blue takes on Zimbabwe in an electrifying ODI series.
Just sensational stuff.
Zimbabwe versus India starts Thursday, 18th August.
On Sony Sports Network.
Go down that route. I mean, he's got so much on his plate with England that I'm sure that's at the back of his mind at the minute. But you want to give 100%, whether it's Test matches or 2020. I think you know, 80% at each format. It's a natural shot, but then maybe he's weighing it up and thinking that could be too easy for him to just hit the ball down the ground. I'm not sure.
Well, that's better.
I've seen that, Livy round his legs. Don't go too far, please, Livy. Please don't go too far. I'm not sure third man's really in danger with Livy. I'm not sure Livy's going to put Livingston. Sorry, I keep saying Livy. Livingston's going to put that little ramp shot out there. I think he's going to look to hit it hard down the ground.
Yeah, he's looking mid-wicket, and if Pretorius gets slightly wide, anything over extra cover mid-off area.
All round. Fantastic.
That's my job. You're all right. You're still part of it. Good running. Push for two. He had to go round Pretorius, but Shamsi, as we heard from Quinton de Kock earlier, not the quickest.
Yeah, that was usually my position down there. Fine leg. Mogi, hands on hips now, usually. Let them get two. He's not happy.
Away for one, so that's a good over from England's point of view. 9 runs coming from it, still just below that required rate, but 183 for 4.
It's Messi.